All right. I think we're streaming. Let's check it here real quick. Let's check. Oh no. Oh no, Mr. Bill. All right. We are streaming. We're live. I haven't told anybody. I just got on. No announcement. We got this new change that we have here for the changes that they've just made, and I have some initial just thoughts on it. I'm a big fan of we don't do the English, we do the math. So I mean, let's just think about let's just so I can wrap my brain around what's going on here. So here is the old yellow ring on our bullseye. So the old yellow ring is I am live, David. Yep. I got one person in the chat, so I just want to wrap my brain around how this works. So we have one yellow ring, and what Playdemic is saying is that this yellow ring originally, when they created the game, was supposed to represent 1 degree. So 1 degree of distance from the outside of the yellow ring to the outside of the yellow ring, with the center being perfect, dead center perfect. So let's think about how that works. So if Playdemic is saying that the bullseye represented 1 degree of distance, then that means that somewhere back here is their starting point, and that they were saying that it was 1 degree to this side and 1 degree. So it's 1 degree dead center, 1 degree on either side. And they had some imaginary distance back here. So the new ring is, they're saying that what the real math was is that if you take the center line, that the really 1 degree was half of that. And so they've added on a center point that's now half the size of the old yellow ring, or the old perfect. But what confuses me is that the other rings are the same. So I feel like they're jerking my chain here, because if they're saying that their math was wrong, or that from their starting point, wherever that imaginary starting point was back here, that it's 1 degree from dead center to this side of that perfect, and it's 1 degree on this side, and then we go 1 degree over here and 1 degree over here. So does this center ring now represent the outside, the new, this ring right here? Does this represent 1 ring great to the right or the left? But they didn't take that to the next step, because the 3rd ring, the 4th ring, and the 5th ring are still the same size. So does that mean that a 2 ring great to the left or the right represents 2 degrees? I mean, that if you're going to make a change to the center and say that we made a mistake in our original math, and that really 1 degree is half the size of what it was before, why wouldn't you carry that out across the spectrum, so that all of the rings on our bullseye for our needle speed are a different size now? I'd also like to point out to anybody from Playdemic who watches this in the future that you gotta think about your target audience here. I mean, my channel is not unlike a lot of channels out there, I'm sure. If you look at the analytics for channels, the average person who watches my channel is in this 45 to 54 age group. And let's just be honest here. I mean, if you're 45 to 54 and I'm 54, okay, I look like I'm 18. if you're in this age group, your vision as you get older, whether we like to admit it or not, is in a decline. You don't go, hey man, I'm 54 years old and I finally got to 20/20 vision. If you started off when you were down here at 20/20 vision, I can guarantee you when you get towards your 60s, your vision's going to drop down. So you've taken your core audience, which in my case represents 28% of my viewers, which I would, and from talking to people in the game, I think that this is pretty representative of the age group that plays this game. That you've made you've said, hey, this was supposed to be 1 degree from some imaginary starting point, and we're all used to this being 1 degree, and instead of changing the math so that the rings are all the same distance, you've changed the center so that now we have 2 rings, but the rest of the rings are the same. That math just doesn't make sense to me. That's 2 plus 2 equals 5. And so I'm a little confused on if you're going to say that the center ring was actually 2 degrees, then why are the 3rd, 4th, and 5th ring the same size? That blows me away. Plus, you've made it smaller for your target audience that's in the 45 to 54 range. That seems a little... Okay, people that are in 45 to 54 have more discretionary income. So that's probably, you know, I mean, like, are you really just like going out of your way to piss off your core audience that have been playing for a long time to appease? I have no idea what the deal is there. The other thing, when I played yesterday, and I looked at what they said that they changed, one of the things that I noticed they changed, and I'm going to play a bunch today, and I'm going to play some of my teammates where we're going to go down into lower tours, and we're just going to play... We're just going to go out on a hole and see, like, are the rings still working right as far as, like, just trying to hit towards a transitional line between the rough and the fairway. But one of the things that I noticed that changed yesterday was there was 3 shots yesterday that really, really bummed me out. And one was with the Nirvana, where I had, I'm not in the rough all the time, but I'm pretty good with my Nirvana. And I'm also pretty good with my Spitfire. And I hit 2 shots yesterday that were, the ball guy was right to the cup. I was at max club, and I ended up 15 yards short. So when you look at what they changed on their, when you go in and you look at their update changes, they didn't mention anything at all about the rough iron shots changing. And so I'm curious on that. And I had another shot that I did yesterday where I was right at the cup with my Spitfire, or excuse me, with my sniper. I was at max club. I hit a perfect, and I was 9.53 yards off. Now I was downhill, and I could have done like a 20% wind adjustment or even a 30% wind adjustment, which would have been like 2.4 rings, which would have put me like 2.4 yards off, and I was 9.53 yards off. So I'm curious on how that dynamic works, because it seemed like I was off on some shots yesterday that I shouldn't have been off on. And then there was a couple shots that I hit greats that I was like right off the cup. And so I'm curious on how that works. But the center needle thing really confuses me, because if Playdemic is saying that now the center part of your bullseye, which is now 2 rings instead of 1, represents 1 degree, so now it represents 2 degrees. Why did the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rings not change? Okay, that is inexplicable to me. So are they saying that a 2-ring grate is a 2 degree? So that doesn't match up with that. That doesn't match up. So they had 2 ways that they could have gone with it. They could have went where they could have matched the math to what we already had, or they could make stuff smaller. And they chose to make stuff smaller for a target audience that is older, and that just blows me away. That blows me away. Especially for people that have been playing the game for a long time, that are invested in the game, and that just, I'm confused. The other thing is, I don't know how much manpower they spent doing this stuff on the balls, so that we now can look at the balls and see the core and and this stuff right here. Now I will say, and several of my teammates have commented that they like the needle speed edition, but this stuff right here is more like they're a ball manufacturer, we all know that. And so if you were a prospective buyer of stock in a ball manufacturing company and you wanted to look at their stuff and they were trying to sell you on becoming an investor in their company, this is the kind of information that you would get as a consumer. In the real world, when you look at a Titleist ball or a Nike ball, they'll do a little bit of this stuff, but they spent some man hours putting this stuff together, and I'm not sure. I think, like of all the other things, I mean, this seems like a pretty big waste of time. just from my perspective. I mean, most of us aren't going to go in there and do that, especially with the regular balls. I don't know. And I know that a lot of people have commented too, like right now, Titans. I've got 1,292 Titans. So they still make you pick a ball every ninth. You have to go back in and reselect your ball every ninth. When we had a pack, you could tell, like, hey, I'm going to have to pick my ball now. You'll have to take 1,292 divided by 9 to see how many more balls you're going to use before they make you pick it again. So if they were going to go to just how many raw balls you have, why do we still have to pick a ball every ninth? I don't know. That part of it seems weird. But when you look at what they changed as far as their update, there are some things that I've noticed that are a little different in the game that aren't listed on here at all whatsoever. Hold on, let me let my little Buster in the house. You gonna go get your mama? Are you gonna go get her? Go get her. So who do we got on here? So we got, we getting some people. David, welcome. Woo! Welcome everybody to the chat, to the stream. DC Acehead, Takashi, Alex, Meek. Let me post to my teammates that I'm streaming. All right, so let's go in and let's play a few. I'm sure some of my teammates are going to pop on so that we can play some T4. All right, let's go see if we can figure this ring stuff out. I'm gonna have to set this up in my office. I was looking at stuff. I'm gonna set this up in my office because I got a big 48-inch TV and I can put the chat on the TV so I can look over at the chat, and that way I don't have to get close to my laptop and see what the hell's going on. So let's just go down and play some Tour 4 and see if we can figure this out. Let me see if I have. No, I already got somebody. Acacia Reserve. I'm going to play it just like normal. I'm going to act like there isn't any difference as far as the ring sets, as far as doing adjustments, but I was really concerned yesterday as far as the ball guide for rough iron and sand wedge. They were not responding correctly. At least that was my observation. I took one shot with the Nirvana and one shot with the Spitfire, so once I get a teammate on here where we can go in and play some one-on-one just with a teammate down in one of the lower tours, I'm gonna hit rough. I'm gonna go into the rough. We're gonna try and hit like transitional spots to see if the rings are working correctly. I'll put a chew in so I won't have to smoke. Here we go. Here we go. You want to see me look like a real goof? My nephew always laughs when I put my hat on backwards. I look like a real goofball when I put my hat on backwards. I was looking at my analytics earlier today, and before it was 99.9% of my viewers were males, and now I've got 15 female viewers. That's awesome. We need more. We need more women playing the game. Be nice to your female teammates and clanmates. So 2.7 would be about a ring and a third, somewhere in that neighborhood. That was a million miles good. That'll be in the rough, for sure. In the sand, that's good. No, we can hit some from the sand. I want to see if hitting from the sand is doing the deal. Get a little lag there. I don't even know what freaking hole we're on. Okay, I remember this all. Barely. Is Scooby on? Random guy with no name. Scooby. Is random guy with no name Scooby? I haven't talked to Scooby in a couple weeks. Scooby and I used to talk every day, and he's been super busy. I haven't talked to him for a while. So let's see if my Spitfire is. So if I do a max overpower shot there, with the way that the wind's blowing, I may just be able to make it. So it should be about 2 rings off the way the wind's blowing. Hit about 2 ring grate to the right. Just barely made it. Now the laptop that I have right now is if I was playing just like if I was doing games just on it, it doesn't have a video card, but other than the video card, it's set up. I use in my work, I use a CAD program that requires a lot of stuff. See if those rapier shots are responding. That wind from that distance should not have affected that ball. Close. Loose. So that may be a little change right there on how the distance was fine, but from that distance from where I was to the first bounce, the wind should not have affected that ball. Let's see if any of my teammates are on so we can really go out and really try some of these holes out. Oh, I guess what will have to happen here is I will have to get on with Facebook. I guess if I want to get friendlies, I have to get on with Facebook. I guess that's the deal. That's probably how it works in this game, is if you want to get friendlies, you got to get on with Facebook. This game was really tight. When the game first came out, they made it almost impossible. It was really hard to secure your account. You could really only do it with Facebook. They made it really hard to set up more than one account. Sean Scooby. I'd like to say get in the hole too, Sean. Yeah. All right. We'll go in with Mike D. Mike D, our clan president. I talked to Mike this morning. He called me this morning and trying to see if we could make some changes. See if we can go out and get in the hole. What's up, Paulo? Paco? GC Chuck, Sean Scooby. All right, so I'm gonna do my normal little layup shot here. Let's see. So I'm right at max club here. So I'm gonna go. Oh, that's way downhill. Hey, I forced stopped that, and it's still playing. That messenger pisses me off. Hitting it perfect. Let's see how close I hit down in this area. Pretty close. I'm going to try a bunch of shots where I'm using the transitional points like that to see if my adjustments are right. But I do want to hit some into the rough and the sand to see if my rough and sand iron are responding correctly. The shot that I took before it was. But I'm going to have to work with that, with our wedge, with the rapier, because I know the distances that I've played this game long enough that I know like when wind's going to be a factor and when wind's not going to be a factor, as far as how far the distance is from your first bounce, from where the ball is to where your first bounce is at. Like that distance, a lot of times if you're watching me play, I'll pull back a little bit so that I can see what that distance is, because I know from playing the game for a long time, like how far you can be in that first bounce where wind's now going to play a factor and when wind's not going to play a factor. And sometimes you're right there on the cusp, and what I'll do is I'll hedge my bets. I'll factor in like half the wind. But that shot that I took earlier, I was that from where it was at to the first bounce, it should not have been a factor, but it obviously was because it missed the cup. It's 2.2. There's 1, 2.2. Getting it perfect. And let's see if I'm 9.53 yards off. And this time I hit it perfect and was not 9.53 yards off. So that is actually encouraging. Because yesterday I was really like, I had it lined up, I hit it perfect. I'm pretty sure I should have did a wind adjustment, but even if I should have did an elevation adjustment, I shouldn't have been 9.53 yards off when I had a sniper ball guide going right to the hole. And you hit it perfect. I mean, I took the regular wind out and was still 9.53 yards off, and I didn't have a 9.53 wind. I need to go back and watch that video that I posted, because maybe I moved the wind the wrong direction. I mean, that could be it. And that's not out of the realm of possibilities. I've done that before. What's up, Kevin? Where's the super chat button? I haven't got that stuff set up yet. Come on, man. I'm just a freaking idiot. I started off a couple years ago. I've been shooting videos. I shot videos for Scooby for basically just a year. My buddy Scooby. I mean, I had like, it was me and Scooby and to start off with, and then I got like I was at 16 viewers for like a year, because I really wasn't promoting the channel or doing anything. So I just got on YouTube one day and I set up an account. I got DU recorder so that I could record my gameplay, my screenplay, and it was a really big deal, because I wanted to find one of the recorders where I had a brush so I could draw on the screen. And so I just started, and I didn't set my channel up at all. I didn't do anything. I know, even though I've been shooting videos now for a couple of years. Has it been a couple of years? It's been at least a couple of years. I know very little about the setup on YouTube, because I never went in there. I just went in and started shooting videos and started posting them for Scooby, and then one thing led to another. And when Golf Clash Notebook came out, and the game started in 2017, and then right around January 1st of 2018, right in January of 2018 is when Golf Clash Notebook came out. And when Golf Clash Notebook came out, I recognized that I could start doing tutorials, because before we didn't really have any pictures of the holes. So like when we were coming to a tournament, we didn't really know what the holes were. And it was hard to kind of like go through, and so I started shooting those walkthroughs for Scooby, so that I could go, okay, hey Scoob, you know, like this is a way that we can come at it, or we can come at it from this angle or that angle. And I could draw on the screen. And so Golf Clash Notebook was really what really promoted me to start doing the walkthroughs and try and get that stuff going. Now, I think what I was doing was playing from over here. And that's 3. I'm going to do like a 3, 9. So that's going to be 4 rings. And that was however many great that was. I don't know anymore on like what the thing is because the rings are different sizes. Distance was good. Here's getting it done. What's up, Mr. Brady? Andy Holt's in the house. Keith Anderson. He's like the admin guy. He's the guy for all of the Kings of Golf. And Kevin is, Kyle and Kevin are presidents of Kings of Golf 2 and 3, and Mike is the president of Kings of Golf, and I'm just the idiot. We'll see how it's playing here. And since I'm playing Mike, I can bring out some bigger balls. It won't feel like such a D-bag. And Mike D's probably got more balls than anybody else in our clan. You look at his account and look at the ball selection he has. Like, of all the stuff that they did, they spent man hours showing us what the core, the mantle, and the cover on these balls are and getting all of those graphics done. And what I know that tons of people have asked for in this game is some type of a better sorting system so that you can sort out your power 1, power 2, power 3, power 4, power 5 balls, low wind, so that there's some kind of a sorting system. And they didn't do any of that. Because it's not a big deal if you don't have a big ball selection, but if you've got a whole bunch of balls, and then you got to, especially when you get to that 9th, and they make you pick your ball again. Mike has so many balls. He's got so many balls in his collection that it can take you 10 seconds just to go down and find the ball that you really wanted to play with. Hitting it perfect. I have no idea how I hit it perfect. I'm going to have no idea how I hit anything perfect from this point on because I can't even see that little spot that's on there. Blind baby. Here, I'll move my finger so you can see. Blind baby. And you just made the stuff smaller for guys who are in their 50s. All right? Pissing off the people that have discretionary income that buy your balls. Come on. And we've got a 1 mile an hour headwind. It's very unlikely. I needed to get about 10 more yards of distance in order to try and get over. I normally take that shot with a rock but I don't have a big hitting wood in my rock or my QB bag. GC asshole in the house. I might be able to make it over. Maybe. Isn't it perfect? On the green. Well, it seems to be working all right today. Core play seems the same, but I really want to when we get done with this, I'll text Mike, and when we get done with this hole, we're gonna hit from rough to rough to rough to rough, because I really want to try this rough stuff out, because the ball guide was not responding correctly yesterday with the rough. Razor sharp in the house. You're right. PD needs to take care of the players who invest in their game. That's it. I mean, you know, like, I'm sure that my demographics from my channel are pretty indicative of what's going on in the game, and I think most of the people that play this game are older. You know, probably, you know, I would say in the 40s is probably the average, somewhere in that neighborhood. I know that when you think of a lot of games that are out there, you know, as the game goes on, they try and make the game easier to entice more people to get involved in the game, and people who are really good at the game, they try and level the playing field instead of making it so that there is some skill that's involved in it. They try and level the playing field by making it easier for the people at the bottom, so that it's like, just like working for some big corporation. They, instead of taking the people that are at the top, they're the best people that they have. Thank you, baby.
Buster said we need to go take our make money now.
Okay. Instead of taking the people that are at the top, that are the top performers, and encouraging them to stay top performers, what they do is they bring them down to make it a level playing field. And that just seems, you know, like, if you're in that and you're one of those top employees and they're hampering your ability to get it done so that they can level the playing field for the people who aren't as good, that just seems like that may work in the corporate environment. And Playdemic is owned by Warner Brothers, so big corporation, and they want to level the playing field. So, you know, that's not how sports work, or that people who are really good at something, you don't try and tear down the people at the top to make it more level for the people at the bottom. If you're at the bottom and you want to get towards the top, you got to get better. So I guess, you know, that's the thing, is let's just piss off the people that have been playing the game for a long time. Okay, I'm going to try a minimum club shot here, just because I want to see how it's responding at minimum club, to see if I'm still... It should be... I'm going to do a 2-ring pull, because it's a... Oh, ran out of time. Ran out of time talking, wasn't paying attention, didn't realize it was my turn. Mike just texted me, call me. I will, Mike. I'll call you here in a second. I'm on a half rant. It sucks, Kevin, it sucks having to still pick the ball again. Yeah, it does. I don't know why they didn't change that. And they took out the pack thing, so you don't know. You know, if you only got 8 of a ball, you know, but when you've got 1,200 of a ball or 600 of a ball, now you've got to do the math and divide it by 9. That seemed like the deal. Look at that. I missed that chip, and then missed that putt, and then I still ended up losing in the shootout because I timed out. What kind of crap is that? Where you at, Mike? Let's go find somebody here. In menu. He's probably sending me another request. All right, I will call Mike. Let's get Mike on the phone and let's talk about this. Mike D.
Hey, I'm watching you on the big stream on my big TV. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, Gordon.
Yeah.
Gordon?
Yeah. You'll have to turn it down. You'll have to turn it down because you're getting the radio effect. There's a delay.
Oh, yeah, because I'm way ahead of you. I'm way ahead of you. So, I'm watching you. So we'll hit from rough to rough?
Yeah, we'll hit from rough to rough. We'll just try from rough to rough so we can check out our rough iron. Yeah, so turn the volume down on your TV. This is like if you ever, there's a, any of you that are Howard Stern fans, they call Tradio. If you're in the Midwest, those are all over the place where you've got, you can call into the radio station and you can say, hey, I've got a pack of cigarettes for sale. Anybody wants to buy them, call me up, and then you give your number and stuff. There's that delay, so whenever you call into the radio station, you got to turn the radio off. All right, let's go, Mike D. Let's go down to Tour 2 and let's just play in Tour 2. I guess it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter if we're going to tank the shots. We're just going to play back and forth, back and forth. Mike is a rookie. Look at that. We're all freaking rookies. And that always gets me about this game is that people are like, oh, you've got this. You know that in the real world, you can go down. There's a place not too far down the road from my house. It's in Eugene, Oregon. It's called Fiddler's Green. And if you play real golf or you're ever thinking about getting into real golf and you go to buy clubs, don't go into a sporting goods store and buy clubs. What you want to do is go to a place that actually sells clubs, that has a driving range behind the store. And you go in and you say, hey, I want to try out those Titleists, or I want to try out those Clevelands, or I want to try out that Big Bertha. And they give you the club that you're looking at buying, and they give you a bucket of balls, and you go back in the back and you hit it. Because you can't, just because you can hit one doesn't mean you can hit, you can hit one club. Like the Big Berthas and the Nikes. I went in to Fiddler's Green and was checking out the Nikes, and I couldn't hit those balls to save my butt. But I went in and started hitting the Clevelands and was pounding them. And the deal is, you can go out on a golf course on the very first day, never played golf before in your life, and have a $10,000 bag of clubs. So just because you have a $10,000 bag of clubs, does that make you a pro? So if you went in and bought the same exact clubs that one of the pros have, and you walk out there on the course, the deal is that your clubs are only going to take you so far, but you actually have to know how to hit them. I've never really bought into the whole thing of, well, you've got that club, you need to be this. Hey, F you. Okay, just because you have something doesn't, who are you to tell me where I should be playing? Does that mean that everybody who has really good clubs can't go play in a regular men's club? They should only be playing in pro-ams, or they should only be playing in some tour against professionals, or they should, I don't get that whole deal. I think the reality is that if you gave every single person in Golf Clash a maxed out set of clubs, those people that aren't very good are still not going to be very good. Let's see here, with my Nirvana. I'm at max club with my Nirvana. I know that at max club with my Nirvana hits 2 per ring. It's half its accuracy. So I'm going to pull back just a little so that I can adjust out the wind. I'm going to go right on that transitional line. Now they're saying that this ring is still the same as it was before. So there's 2. That'd be 3. That'd be 2.5. So there's about 2-2. Let's try and hit this perfect. And I hit 7,000 rings. Great. So it should hit a little bit into the rough. Yeah, that's probably pretty close to 2 rings into the rough. That looked like a 2-ring great. But here we're going to get the good, we'll be able to get the good shot coming into the green. So Mike's hitting into the sand. I'm going to hit it to the green because I want to see if the ball guide is responding correctly. Because yesterday, from where I was at, the ball guide, I had my ball guide right to the cup, and I ended up 15 yards short. And looking at what they put in their update, that was not one of the things that they made any changes to. But evidently they've made other changes that aren't on that list, like little tweaks here and there that have changed how some of that dynamic works. So let's see where I'm at in my club. Okay, there's max. There's mid. So at mid I should be in the 4 per ring range. I got my ball guide going right at it. I'm 4 per ring, so that should be a quarter. So there's 2. Half of that. Should be a very slight adjustment. Oh, jeez. Let's look at distance though. Well, today it's playing a little bit better, so maybe, I'm not sure, maybe, no, we haven't had any updates on it, so, I mean, we haven't had anything where they've made any slight changes, so that's encouraging. Because yesterday, I can tell you from how some of the shots were coming out yesterday, I was not a happy camper. I go down every morning to the gas station down the street from my house, the bottom of the hill, and the Skylar works there, and I go hang out with Skylar for 15 or 20 minutes, and we talk D&D and talk about the golf game. And he's like, I told him yesterday there was changes. He goes, how did it work out? And I was like, it's not good. It's not good. I told him it's not good. I just got 1,000 subscribers. I'm going to start live streaming, and they make a major change to the game that's going to piss everybody off. And if they piss me off too bad, I'll go find some other game to play. But you can look there in those rings though, that they're totally jerking our chain. So now we have more grates and stuff, because if the new bullseye is 1 degree, then that means that the third ring is 2 degrees. And does that mean that you can hit a 2-ring grate to the left or the right and you have a 2-degree variance? I mean, which way does that work? Oh, what the hell was I doing, Mike? Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was up on you. Santa Ventura. What we got in the house here? Golf Clash Ollie. Tango Sierra. Vintage golf. Is it my turn? It is my turn. All right, now this is a hole that we can definitely. I'm gonna do the shot coming in, because I want to see if we can hit the perfect. Like, are we still getting the same response? Because this is a great eagle hole. Now it's 2 rings great to the right. If I can hit perfect, I'm going to be a little back, so I'm going to be in max club right here. That should be max short iron. So my max short iron is a 1 per ring. And I should be right at that distance where I'm at max club. What I find funny is that Playdemic said that there was no, the way that they responded to you were in the perfect zone, but you caught a grate. And the way they responded to that was, no, there was not a problem, but then coming out and addressing it. And then instead of making the perfect where it's been, they change it. I'm not exactly sure the dynamic on that. But it's big corporation stuff, and if you live in America, you know as well as anybody else that big corporations, they don't care at all about individuals. At all. And 90% of the stuff that they do absolutely does not make sense. Okay, there's max club. And there's min, so I'm in mid club, so that should be 1.75 per ring. At least how I play it. So that should be slightly less than a ring. Isn't it perfect? and see if we have any kind of movement directly towards the cup. I guess the ring stuff still works. Whew, that's encouraging. Because I can tell you right now, if they change the whole ring set stuff where we have to learn a whole new method after 3 years of trying to figure this stuff out, this might be my last stream. Oh, sure, Kyle. Go out with the family and hang out for the weekend. What kind of true golfer are you? Yeah, vintage golf, that whole thing about the swirling around the hole. I shot a video back in December about, because that was when the Christmas links, the Christmas tournament came out, the Christmas tournament, and it was what holes were they? We just played those holes not too long ago. But it had come to a head where that swirling the cup, you know, I understand that in the real world, because I've had it happen in the real world where I've had a ball swirl the cup and it did a 180 and then popped off the other side. But anytime the ball goes beyond 180 and it gets beyond that point, it's now caught in a gravity well. And I don't care. It's going to go in the hole. The hole is a black hole and it's going to go in there, and they got way too cute on that stuff. It was way too cute. And that swirling the cup where, you know, you catch the 180 and it pops off on the other side, I get it. But that whole swirling the cup thing, that is definitely something that if they took that out of the game, I would be very excited about that. Because that's like total bull. I understand that this game has a certain amount of arcadeness to it. And we like that because it gives us these smooth transitions and it gives us that stuff. But what I don't like, and it has that simulation where we have to figure out the wind. But that right there, that swirling the cup stuff is way too arcadish. And that takes away from, that really takes away from, the game has that fine balance between reality and arcade. And it's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people like this game. And I know it's the reason that I like this game. Because when I first started playing, we were going on vacation. We went to Puerto Vallarta for 2 weeks with some friends. And before we went, I quit playing the game that I was playing before, Clash of Kings. And I had went through a bunch of different games and thought, what do I want to play? So I was like, I'm going to check out all the golf games. And I downloaded every golf app that you could get. And I think there was like 9 of them. And we left on the 29th of May and went to Puerto Vallarta. And the next morning we got up and we're down at the pool and we're chilling out. And I went through all of the games, and most of the games, Golf Clash is actually the last game that I tried. I gave each one about 15 or 20 minutes, and I went in there and I was just checking them out to see what the deal was. And a lot of them had where you had this big grid and you had the course, and then you had this little grid thing you had to play on and your setup. And they were two where they had a human being there, and it was like you were doing your swing, and it was too much like they were trying to do a simulation with a simple little app. And it was like, okay, if this is more of something that I would want to play on my computer. And when I got to Golf Clash, I thought that Golf Clash bridged it. I thought the smoothness of it and the colors, the vibrancy of the colors was really good. Let's see if Mike D's turned his TV off. Did you turn your TV down? Hey, did you turn your TV down? Hey, Mike. You got to turn the TV down. Mike D.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You got to turn the TV down.
You turn your TV down? Yes. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to turn the TV down because there's a delay. It's like on the radio. There's a delay, and it'll have that echo effect.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It seems like it's playing correctly.
The TV is off.
Huh?
TV is down. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean I can still hear the TV in the background.
The TV's all the way up.
Okay.
Okay, because I can't hear you at all now.
You can't hear me at all on the phone.
On the TV, because I'm listening to you on the stream. I can hear you on the phone, though.
Okay. Yeah. If you have the TV on in the background while we're doing this, because there's a delay, it's like a 5-second delay, 10-second delay.
Yeah, I'm like way ahead of you. Like, I've already done, like, the game's over, and you're still shooting.
Yeah. Is that how it works? The game's already over?
Yeah.
Well, how the hell can the game be over? Because you don't know the deal.
Well, I mean, like I said, I already said I won the knee match, and you're over there still making your shot.
It seems like it's playing correctly.
Yeah. But are you getting the reverb?
Not on my end.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's good. Yeah, and I can still hear you on the phone, and it seems to be working a lot better. So yeah.
Are you in the hole?
Yeah, I already made my shot.
Okay. I want to go to shootout so that we can try out the stuff. So we'll go to as many shootouts as we can.
Okay, cool. You want to move up to a different field?
It doesn't matter. We're just playing down here in the lower stuff. So I just want to check out to see if the rings are responding correctly.
Yeah, but did you see how short I was on my drive right there? It seemed like I was short, but maybe I just didn't adjust for the wind, right? But I know that on my, when I shot in the sand on that last shot, that I did actually get closer than I thought. But you've been nailing yours, so you're doing pretty good. You know?
So this should
I
be.
think the little ring is only like Des was saying, like a half of a ring.
Yeah, I mean, I think the rings are counting the same as they were before. It's just there's that center ring that's in there. So we do have a half ring now. So I mean, we can get a little bit closer on that. But my deal is that if I don't understand how they're doing the math for we got the center ring, which is now the perfect, and then the ring around it, which represents what the old perfect used to be. And they're saying that each one of those is 1 degree on either side of the center line. So from the center, from dead center perfect out to the second ring, which was the old first one ring, that's 2 degrees. That means that the third ring is a 2-degree ring, and the fourth ring is a 2-degree ring, and the fifth ring is a 2-degree ring. And so if they were going to change the math on the center 2 rings, then how does that math represent on those others when we're out here and we're making wind adjustments with our ring set? Because there's 2 different things here. We have the rings that we used for hitting perfect on our needle, where you're at right now, and then we have the rings that are out on the field. And if so, that means that the third, fourth, and fifth ring represent 2 degrees.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but look how close you got there on the drop.
Well, yeah, shit.
How did I already run out of coffee? I'm gonna have to go make coffee here in a minute.
Okay.
I'm only about 600 milligrams of caffeine into the day, so that's the deal.
You need another 1,200?
Yep.
Right on. Alright, well, I'm thinking that, I'm figuring this out. I just don't understand why the ball guide is not representing the way it is on a Nirvana and a band wedge. Like Kyle said, he says he thinks it might be because of the accuracy.
Maybe.
Club.
Maybe, and I'm not sure if they adjusted some of that stuff. I've hit the couple of the rough iron shots today, and it seemed like it was responding right from how those play. But I'll have to take more shots with it to see what the deal is. Hey, Kevin, or a Deet SD59, what are my thoughts on the change to the side spin meter? And I recognize, because I've wondered for a long time why they didn't come out with it. And there's not a lot of holes, if you think about it. It's very situational. There's not a lot of holes where we really need to hit, where we really need 3 or 4. We need more than 3 side spin. But I can think of a few just off the top of my head, and I have no idea what the name of those holes are. But I can think of a few where having some more side spin would be beneficial. Maybe 3.5 right there.
Yeah.
And I recognize that they would have to change the meter.
No, I'm going to get the 5 side spin ball. That's why I wondered if you had your donation thing open yet, so I can donate, so you can get some for yourself.
No, I don't have any of the donation or any of that monetization stuff set up. I haven't gone through and done any of that. It feels a little weird, so I haven't done any of that stuff yet. I'm still working on. I ordered some stuff, and my wife just brought me here a package from Amazon. I've got every day for probably the next week. I've got stuff coming to the house. Some of it's for work, and some of it's for this. We worked in my office yesterday to get it set up because I'm going to have to move my desk so that I can set the lights up. Like out in the garage right here, I set up a couple lights on either side just to kind of brighten it up in front of me. But so that I have a better view. But the side spin thing is, I think for people who are playing higher tours, that's going to really, because there's a lot of these shots that I don't use a lot of side spin. Because in Ricky we have low enough winds, there's a lot of times that I don't use side spin, but on the shots, on like some of the drives and stuff, I'll use, it's just a max. So like you're bringing out a ball because you're going to use max side spin, and that's how you set your shot up. It will affect some of our shots, especially when we're just putting that little teeny sliver on there. But I think for people who are playing upper tours, where they have notes, where we're going to do 2.5 side spin, or we're going to do some very specific side wind, I think it's going to affect them in a big way. Okay, so from this distance here, I should be, where's Max? There's Max right there. So wind should definitely play a factor here.
Yeah. Is it 1.3 from that distance?
No. Let's get it up there where it is 1.3. So 1.3, that'd be 3.9 would be 3 rings. And I'm going to run out of time. Hit it 1 ring great to the left. And that was 1 ring great to the left. 1 ring great. So it will affect it, and that's going to be something that we're going to have to play with that side spin. We're going to have to play more.
Our wet shot?
Well, I mean, doing the side spin on the shots, whereas before we would do like a little bit, because most of the time when it comes to side spin, for me, it's like I know a lot of people when they are you already in the hole?
Yes. You wanted to go to shootout, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So a lot of times people will set up and they'll go, hey, my white ring is on this transitional surface and my blue ring is on this transitional surface, and I'm going to put on 2.1 side spin, and I'm going to put on this much top spin. And that really is the way to do it if you're trying to have a very consistent shot, like over and over and over. But what that's all predicated on is that your landing spot back here is exactly the same every time. And so if you're not in the same spot right here every time, and you go to put that movement on the ball, you're always going to be slightly different. So I don't have, like, there's some shots that, like when we're on par threes, because we're starting off, our starting spot is exactly the same every time, that I will know where I want to put it, and I'll have a setup for I'm going to put on this much. But on par fours and par fives, because our landing spot where we're starting here is different, I don't normally have on my notes that on the second shot on that par four, it's going to be 3.5 topspin and it's going to be 2.1 right hand side spin, because my starting spot is different. So I usually fine tune that stuff and I dial it in. I pick the spot that I'm normally in, and then I dial it in so that the tail is going to the hole. And so there's always a little bit of variance from one shot to the next, because my starting spot's always different. And I think I do.
Right.
I think I do a 20% wind adjustment here, or not. I think I do. I think I do a 20%. So that'd be 3.7. That'd be 6. That'd be 7.4. So that would be 4.44. And I 4.4. So we're in that neighborhood. And then I do max curl.
Yeah, I don't remember.
In the hole. Well, that hole right there, is playing the same, because I know, like, this hole right here is an awesome hole, because when you set that shot up, it doesn't look like you need to use any curl. And so you go, hey, the ball guide's going there because I put side spin on it and I don't need to use any curl. But the reality is that if you don't put curl on that, it'll go into the sand going straight forward, because the ball guide is lying its ass off to you. And I like that shootout hole, because people who aren't familiar with that shootout hole will look at their ball guide, and that rough bump is really the way to go there. And I always do a 20% wind adjustment. But if
I didn't do a rough bump, I just did a hook.
but the deal is that it takes curl to do that shot, and but the ball guide is representing that it doesn't. So I guess to answer your question, I think that the side spin is definitely going to change a lot of people's setups, but more at the top than in rookie. And for me, I don't know that it's going to impact my game a lot, because side spin, I use a lot of side spin on drives, but usually it's max. And when I'm coming into the hole, I tend to dial it in more than I have a set number. Where it will affect us, though, is on par threes. But once again, once we take that shot, we're going to dial it up and we're going to go, hey, it's going to be 1/4 of a bar. And the bars are a little bit fatter.
Right.
Thanks, Stuart. That's the whole deal, Stuart. Is I don't have any affiliation with any of the stuff. I've never talked to anybody from Playdemic. I've never I'm just a player, just like everybody else. And if you watch my stuff on a regular basis, I'm not I'm not one of those guys that hits perfect all the time and has his shit together. I'm usually out. How can I force stop a program and it still keeps popping up? I guess the way to force stop Messenger is to uninstall it.
Probably, yeah. You keep getting it popping through your screen?
Yeah, and I force stopped it. I went in, because it's on my phone right now, so I can see what's on my phone. So to keep it from coming on here, I force stopped it. I turned off, first thing I did was turned off the notifications, and it still kept popping up. And then I force stopped it, and it disappeared, and now it's still popping up. And so that's what normally happens on my tablet is I'll uninstall it, and then when I'm wanting to chat with everybody on the Messenger, I'll reinstall it. Yeah, Kevin, I think that's the deal. Is I play side spin by ear, and it just depends on the situation. Is Terry in the house? Terry Gibson, woo! How are you doing, Terry? When are you going in? Terry's one of those. He's a case study. We've all had this happen where you get an injury on one side of your body, and then you start favoring the other side of your body. and then one thing leads to another, and you're favoring the other side so much that you're throwing yourself out and out of balance, and then you end up with another injury because you've got that first injury. And then and he was set to go in and get repaired. He was going to the auto repair shop, and coronavirus came out, and they canceled his tune-up. And then since then he's got so he's got so much stuff going on.
Until he fought that shot.
Let's see. I have tried this shot from up here at the top. I don't know how many times, and I'm telling you, you can't get down that. You can't get down that deal. I sat out here one day and I tried this shot from up at the top, and it never works out quite right. Trying to get on the top and getting. I actually, if I'd put some backspin on that, that would have been good. I came here one day when these holes first came out, and I was trying to use the top of that to try and get on to see what the deal was, and usually you don't get that kind of result. What's up, Brandon? Thank you, dude. It is weird to be streaming. You guys can actually see me now, and you can put a face to the voice. It's probably one of those deals where you hear somebody talking and then you see their face and they don't look like their voice sounds. I'm still dead sexy, and I'm still ugly mug at the same time.
He's looking hilarious.
I'm using what is the name of that program? What is it?
Well, at least I made my
It's
Nirvana
Visor.
shot.
Visor's the program that I'm using to connect my tablet to my.
Pick up this shot, Gordon. I actually made it.
Did you make it over, or you made it in?
I made it in the hole. Yeah, from here.
Okay. All right. You want to play it that way? You want to go? You want to play that way? I got you. I'll just sink this shot right here, buddy.
Okay, go for it. I would have been like disappointed if I would have missed from the distance. Nice.
I don't think that was in the hole. I don't think it was.
Hey, that's the first time I've ever seen it attempted from that.
So the Wolf, do you think that this update puts everyone on a level playing field? Hell no. Hell no, it doesn't put everybody on a level playing field, because those people that are out there that don't know how to use the win ring method right now and didn't know how to adjust their clubs, this doesn't do anything for them. I think that this addresses some issues with their math, where Playdemic has had some of the streamers, like I think Iceman was probably the first one to shoot a video where he was showing, like, freeze framing it and showing that it was in the perfect zone, but it wasn't counting as a perfect, it was counting as a great. But I don't think that this is going to level the playing field. I think that the mass majority of people that play the game up to like Tour 9, once you get to Tour 9, you're running into players that actually have some method of adjusting for the wind and something that's repeatable. But up to that point, the mass majority of the players that are playing, below Tour 9 they don't have a system where they're consistently adjusting for the wind. And so for those of you out there that have some system that are as long as they don't jack up the system and completely change the game, then you're always going to have an advantage over the mass majority of the players that are below T9, and you can see it when you go to T7. Go to Tour 7. You'll run into players that are in Tour 7 that have a method for adjusting for the wind, but Tour 7 is basically an ATM. I mean, you go to Tour 7, and if you have a method for adjusting for the wind, you're going to have a leg up. Because
you can smash out all day.
Right. Right. I mean, you can go to Tour 7. If you lose your bankroll and you go up, you can go to Tour 7 and you can play for just a little bit every day and go up your bankroll about million and a half a day just by playing just a little bit, just playing your pin chess. You know, you'll be 700K. You're looking at 7 or 8 wins out of 8 matches. I mean, it's so the people. I think the people who bitch the most about the game as far as like unfairness of the game, if you really, because they always show the people that are at the top and say like, look at this score. This person shot a 32. Like in the last tournament, we had one of our teammates, Leonardo, shot a 32. He was the top guy in our clan. As far as like those scores are absolutely achievable. Those were tough holes, but if you have them dialed in and you have great notes for every hole, those scores are achievable. I think for the average player that's out there, a 26 to a 28 could win that tournament, just depending on your bracket. So to shoot the minimum scores at 22 and shooting at 26 to a 28, that's going to be, you know, we're picking up 4 to 6 shots in 18 holes. So that means we're picking up a third of the holes. The people who are bitching the most, they're bitching because, well, this guy shot a 28 and he's got this or they've got that. They never show their score and they never show what they're doing. All they do is bitch about the people that are at the top, but they never show you what their scores are. So I can't help them. I mean, if you posted your stuff and you were upset that you came in 53rd and you shot a 22, hey, you shot the minimum score. So what can we do to help you get beyond the minimum score? What can we do to help you pick up shots? But they never post that stuff. They just post that they're losing. So, I mean, you really can't help people like that. And I don't think that any change that Playdemic does is going to level the playing field for those people, because they have to practice. They have to learn a method. They just want to go out here and play and they're like everything's going to be hunky-dory. And I don't think it's going to level the playing field for those people. As long as they don't make changes to the core ring as far as values for us to be able to make wind adjustments. And if they did that, basically what they're doing is they're reinventing the game. And I think the exodus of how many people would leave, that would be the stupidest, I think some of the things that they did right here were kind of stupid, looking at their analytics as far as like the age group of people that play the game. But if they changed the values to the point where they completely reinvented the game, then that's a whole new game. And there's a lot of people that are playing the current game that are we willing to start over and play a whole new game? And even if we were willing, I think the people that bitch the most are still going to get their butts kicked, because the people that are still in it are going to figure out the new system, and we're going to be just as successful as we were before. So I don't know that they can do anything to level the playing field for everybody in the playing field unless they just make it an arcade.
I had a very much big issue with this.
Are you on?
Yeah.
You're on, so you're gonna. Oh, you're on, but I can win right here if I take this shot, right?
Yeah, because I tried to rough up, so I've got to take the wind out, and I flew over the green.
I'm gonna stay on the fringe because I want to try these fringe shots out and see if the fringe shots are playing the same.
Okay.
So deep that the Galaxy tablet. So like if you're okay, there's two camps in the world. We all know how that works. Say that again.
Did I make my putt?
Yeah, make your putt. There's two groups of people in the world. There's those that ride the little bus, and there's those that use Android. And so if you're a little bus rider and you ride with Apple, then you know, Apple makes great tablets. I just am not. Apple has a deal. I disagree with Apple's. Apple will obsolete their hardware and force their users to, on a regular basis, buy new hardware. So you can have a piece of hardware that's absolutely 100% functional. There's no issues with it at all. And Apple will come out with a new OS that makes your device obsolete so that you are forced to buy a new device. And that's their marketing thing. That's how they treat their users. And so I'm not buying into that. Android is kind of like Microsoft, is that you can go on Newegg and you can buy every component that's in a regular PC. And you can upgrade, you can customize, you can do all kinds of stuff. You can build your own. And then you just buy the software to go on there. The software doesn't make your hardware obsolete. So they're like, hey, 2.5 years has gone by and you've got that. We're going to obsolete it. Now, gaming computers, if you're talking about top level gaming computers and video cards, there's that technology changes where you may have to upgrade your video card or you may have to make changes to your computer, but most PCs are totally upgradable if you build them right. And Apple doesn't allow you to do any of that stuff. They have total control. It's a closed box. When they say that this item's obsolete, then you're buying a new $1,000 device or $2,000 computer or whatever it is. So for myself, I am an Android user and I am a PC user. So if you're talking about Android tablets, Samsung Galaxy 6, the one with 256 gigabytes of storage and 8 RAM, is the highest rated tablet that Android tablet that you can get on the market. But when you look at the rating systems, though, it's
to run golf fast, don't you?
well, I mean, the more the better. I mean, there's never like, it's always more is always better.
Right.
Computers are like, bigger is always better, right? Get in the hole. Did you get in the hole?
Yes, the hole one.
What? You hole in one against me? What are you doing?
70 rings right to the right and left.
I know that when you're playing with a tablet, having a case that you can do so you're not sliding off the screen, because if you just have the tablet, my case makes it so that I can't slide off the screen when I'm doing like a max overpower hook shot, and so keeping myself within the border. And then I use a stylus. I can't use my finger for several reasons. Number one, I find that my finger is in the way, and number two, this index finger is so sensitive that within a matter of just a few minutes of using it, it's on fire. And so I don't. I play with a stylus. Any game I play, even on my phone, I don't do anything at all where I don't do it with a stylus.
So I use a stylus too. Works awesome.
And I've converted a bunch of teammates on my team. I mean, there's a bunch of people that are in my clan that use a stylus. I just can't, and you may be better off with your finger. I don't know. I think your finger sometimes gets in the way when you're doing certain shots or you're trying to do stuff. But I find that the stylus is more consistent. But you have to get used to it. It's definitely a thing to get used to. And I don't use just a normal stylus. So it's got a carbon fiber tip. Let me see if I can get it on there. It's got a carbon fiber tip on it. It's 1/4 of an inch wide. I think they're in millimeters, but it works out to 1/4 of an inch. It's carbon fiber, so it slides across glass. And I've got the glass screen protector on there, and it absolutely is smooth. So like if you've ever used a stylus that has a rubber tip, the rubber tip will catch every now and then, and it grabs a hold of it, and within a matter of 15 or 20 minutes of playing a game like this with that rubber one, you'll find that your wrist gets a little sore because you're constantly pulling against that grab. But with the carbon fiber tip, it slides, and it's seamless. And I've got some shorter ones that are only 4 inches long, and I like the 5.5 inch stylus. This is my blue one. This is but like when I'm really pissed off or I really like the game has pissed me off, I pull out my red one. And I only play with my red one when I'm in when the game has pissed me off. I'm gonna play from the island. I don't normally like to play from the island over here. You probably have a better shot of getting in the hole from the island, but I don't like dealing with this little rough transition. It's one of those ones you get the wind adjustment wrong, especially when you're dealing with headwind. It can kick your butt.
Yeah, this will be my last game, Gordon. I've got to go feed Jake. He's pestering.
Okay.
How's Buster doing?
He's doing good. The little Buster boy, he's doing all right. He's getting bigger. He's almost lost all of his teeth, so he's got like one more tooth left to lose, and then he'll be on his adult teeth.
Nice. What do you use the shoe on? Everything?
Everything. No, he's got a whole bunch of toys. So Brandon, I'm not sure. All right. Are we talking about like in the YouTube? I know people post questions, comments on the questions, but I'm not. Tell me what you mean by. Will you ever have an option for viewers to ask you questions during the tournaments? I'm hoping that we can start. My plan is that in my 77 account, I'm going to stream my 77 accounts opening and weekend round. At the very least, I may do the qualifying rounds. I may or may not do the practice rounds. Like I might do the practice rounds and I might not do the qualifying rounds. I still need individual videos so that I can set up playlists. Like this is a perfect example. This week I don't have any playlists. I don't have a playlist or a walkthrough because I haven't played any of those holes. And with this big update coming out, it would have been with this big update coming out, just trying to get used to it and just trying to play the game a little bit to see how it plays. I haven't played any of those holes. I went in there last night in the video I posted. I think I got like 3 or 4 of the new holes, but it really wasn't playing. I don't think it was playing quite right, or I wasn't playing right. Stylus converted. Terry's a Stylus conversion.
Oh yeah, you converted quite a few people.
Yeah, and DSD, the phone thing, I used to play on my phone, and I've got a Motorola phone. I'm a big fan of Motorola, and one of the things I like about Motorola phones is you can shake them and the camera comes on, and you can touch it anywhere on the screen. You don't have to touch the little button. There's things I like about my Motorola phone, but I played on my phone for a long time. I was working out in the field, and I would stop and I would play some holes, and I'd take a Sunday off and a couple hours off on a Sunday, and I'd go sit in a parking lot somewhere and just sit on my phone and sit there and play. And I can't even play on my phone anymore. It's so damn small.
Okay, buddy, I've got to go. I got to go feed the dog.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
I'll talk to you later, bud.
Bye. All right, let's see what other teammate is on here. I'm going to go in here real quick. Hold on. Let's go into settings. Let's go to apps. And let's go find that messenger, which I have force stopped. And let's uninstall it, because evidently force stopping doesn't work. And then we'll go back in the game. I've got it up on my phone so I can see what's going on, but it keep popping up, and this thing right here in the corner with Playdemic's thing with Facebook. Okay, right now I'm at the dashboard, so I can understand it popping up. But what really pisses me off about this, and the game's, the game's only been out for 3 years, so you think they would have addressed it, is if they're going to make changes, why does this keep popping up while I'm out on the field? Yeah, I'm out playing golf now. I don't need to know that my friends are on, so like when I come back to my dashboard in between matches, then you can pop up and say, hey, just to let you know your friends are on. Why does that pop up? Because so Playdemic is the guy that's going, hey, good shot! When everybody's got the little please be quiet, somebody's taking a shot thing, and Playdemic is the Happy Gilmore redneck fan, right? So they keep spamming you when you're on the field. So this is why I don't log on to Facebook very often with my account. When I'm playing my rounds, I don't log on with Facebook. I use an email address or a phone number because they are spamming me nonstop. Let's go see if I got another teammate online. Let's go open up some chests. Working on comments. 24 common cards right there. I'm gonna go play some of the. Let's go. I'm gonna go play some of the tour. Let me go play some of the. All right. I'm gonna go play some of the Tour 6 and let's see if I can get some of the new holes. All right, I got Kevin. Kevin wants to play. Let's play with Kevin. Another Dunner canceled their challenge. All right, Kevin. I would have played you. I would have played you. I would have. I'm gonna go in and let me play some of these new holes for a few. All right, Kevin. All right. If you want to beat me up for a bit, you got it. Kevin will mop me up. Yeah, and I've tried the fine tip like let me take this shot here real quick. I want to try and adjust these winds just to make sure everything is responding correctly. It's a little joggy. On the new system, that was like a 700 ring grate. We're going to end up in the sand. Now look at from where the first bounce was out in that fairway. And that was about a 2 ring grate. That still should not have ended up in the sand from where it was at. That'll be fine, but it still should not have ended up in the sand. The first bounce was out here in the fairway. So, I mean, if you draw an arc there, I'd have to be way off to end up in the sand. So the stylus that comes with my device is a fine stylus. And grab wise, I've tried styluses. I tried a bamboo stylus. Bamboo styluses are awesome. They're a little bit bigger than the fine tooth, or the fine tip that comes with the S Pen that comes with the Samsung styluses or Samsung tablets. And the bamboo ones, you can get different size tips for them depending on which one you're using. And the bamboo styluses are really good. And I tried a selection of different stylus sizes, and I ended up with the 1/4 inch one. And I'm using mainly the edge of it. See if we can get into play. Let's see if these grates are as great as that one was. So like that was a bigger grate there than what I hit a minute ago, and on the arc that was on there, that should have put me in the rough. I still think that the game is playing a little bit different with the rough irons and the sand wedges, but I'm gonna have to hit more with them. I've taken a ton of shots with my Nirvana and my Spitfire, and I understand how the rings work because the rings work different with rough irons and sand wedges than with rough irons, sand wedges, and wedges. The wind rings work different because those clubs can hit from 1 millimeter in front of you to their maximum distance, and so the variance, it's not max, mid, min. I mean, there's on that graduated scale, there's a ton of maneuver. The closer you get them to you, they not just get more accurate, they're exponentially more accurate. All right, should be pretty close to max. And that should be 1.3 per ring. So there's 2.6. That leaves me 6. So that's about a half a ring. So there's 2.5 rings. Isn't it perfect? In the hole! That little half ring in the middle does come in handy, so you can use that to your advantage. That's how I normally do my rings, like before, is I would split a ring in half. So like if I needed to do 2.75 or 2.6, I would go 1 ring, 2 ring, and then I would think of where the half is. And then I would, or like if it was 2.8, then I would think about where the half is, and then where's half of that half. And so I try and break it into smaller increments. Instead of trying to eyeball the whole ring, I would break it in half. And then I would break it in half. And that gives me 3/4. And so I would try and break it into smaller sections so that I was trying to be a little more precise with it. It's going good, Mark. How are you doing? I want to thank everybody that's in the stream right now. I got 19 viewers. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, if the master was at work, I'd have you and Dez in here, Kyle. You and Dez and Leonardo and Play With It and Johnny and all of you guys are the masters. I'm just the idiot that's talking. That's the whole deal is I'm not, I'm actually like most of you, I'm just an average player. It's just I try and be super consistent on stuff so that I'm giving myself a shot every time, and if you get just a little bit of luck, and it takes skill to get yourself to that spot every time so that you're trying to be super consistent. But the whole deal is I don't know that I'm any better than the average player out there, other than the fact that I try and make myself super consistent. Because I'm definitely not one of those players that wins every week. There's a tournament. I win a lot of tournaments, and I do well in tournaments, but the deal is that I don't win every tournament just because I'm not part of it's probably study time, because I try and look at these, and as a player it probably hurts me because I don't watch a lot of other people's streams. Like in the off week I watch a lot of other content, but during tournament week I don't watch a lot of other people's tournament stuff because I don't want to just be where I'm just regurgitating what they're doing. So when you come and watch me, it's like, hey, I already saw this shit on this other. I want to try and, I'm actually just trying to figure it out. And so hopefully I'm helping a lot of other people just try and figure it out and understand, like, okay, hey, like every time we hit in here to this hole and we hit perfect, the wind's blowing in this direction. Okay, the wind's blowing from the left to the right. And every time I hit into that hole and I hit perfect, I'm on the left-hand side of the cup. So we're over pulling, and so we need to take some wind off. Or every time we're on the right hand side of the cup, so we're under pulling, so we need to add some wind on. In this game, I think what happens a lot of times is anytime we make an adjustment, we call it an elevation adjustment. But there's a lot of times where we're making an adjustment because maybe the numbers that I'm using are different. Base numbers are different than the numbers that you're using. Or from this app to this app, the numbers are different. So you're using an elevation adjustment, or what we would call an elevation adjustment. But what we're actually doing is we're just trying to dial it into the cup. And sometimes there is definitely an elevation adjustment where we're hitting downhill. But a lot of times we're making those fine-tuned adjustments where we're adding on 0.1 or we're adding on 0.2, or we're making a 5% or a 10% wind adjustment. Not so much because we're doing an elevation adjustment, but because we're trying to fine-tune our game to the cup. And hopefully by watching my stuff we can figure some of that stuff out. What the hell were you thinking hitting that shot over there? I need bag number 5 for sure. And I need to get up there to that shadow. And I haven't been, it's been a little short, so I'm going to put 2 topspin on. .8, it's about a third, almost a half a ring, a little less than half. Now, and that was wrong because that ring now represents half of a ring. And then I hit it great to the right. But that curl should bring me right back around to the course. And if I can get up on the flat towards that shadow, that's the spot right there. That's the spot. So the Wolf, how much time do I spend putting into it to get ready for? Hold on a second, Colin. I'll call you right back, and we'll as soon as I get done playing dinner, I'll call you right back, and me and you can play for a bit. How much time do I spend? So what I normally do when a tournament gets announced, if I already have played those holes, I go in, and our teammate Des lives in New Zealand, so he's like the very first person that gets these holes, and it totally helps me out. And he'll get holes, he'll get images of the holes, so he'll know, like they announce a tournament over there, so they know. And then one of my other teammates is really helping me out because when they come on, they figure out what holes they are. Like this is Southern Pines hole number 3 and hole number, because before you'd have to look at the little photo, and I've got this little handheld telescope, and you look in there and you try and figure out what hole that was, and you know it's on Southern Pines, and you have to go find all those holes, and it takes forever. And so when the tournament comes out, pretty soon after the tournament comes out, I know what holes we're looking for. So I will go dig through, I'll go look at those holes and try and find holes that I've played before in other tournaments so that I can put together a playlist of holes that are like demoing the shots for the walkthrough. And just in going through those, I don't ever look at sometimes I'll look at old notes, but what I find is that the wind's a little bit different, or they're older notes and I've changed clubs, and that stuff doesn't work. It doesn't always work out. And I don't have computerized, I have no idea why. I don't have computerized notes, or I've got all these great little things. Like you talk to Hank and he's got computerized notes for everything. So he pulls it up and he's like right back to where he was at before. And so I watched those videos. I put together a playlist and I watched those videos. And then I just go do the walkthrough. And and I have a kind of a base set of notes that I get from watching the videos. And I look at it and I go, hey, I'm still playing that hole this way. And I know that I was doing a 10% wind adjustment, so hey, I can do a 10%, but that number is not written in stone. So like that number is variable, but I know that in the past, I remember like, hey, I do a 10%. And usually when I get done with the walkthrough, I have a base understanding, and that's it. That's all of that's it. That's it. That's all the time I spend. So that usually takes me, to do the walkthrough takes me an hour. It takes me about 2 hours to find the videos for the playlist and to get everything set up. So I've got about maybe 2 or 3 hours into it. And other than that 2 or 3 hours, then usually we may go practice the holes a little bit and play the holes. If they're holes that we've played a lot in the past, I usually don't spend a lot of time practicing them. I'll just go out there on the practice day, because really the whole deal is that you can go out there and practice those holes all you want, but until you see the wind that's going to be in the tournament, you really can't go, hey, we're going to do a 10% on this. If you have all that stuff written down, as soon as the wind comes out for the tournament, that stuff can all change. So I don't put too much effort into it, because I know that all that stuff can change. And then during the week, I usually come into it in the beginning of the week in the practice round, and I really have very little. And then I go out and I play a practice round, and then kind of get a feel for it with my auto account and the 99 account, just to kind of see what the deal is. And then I typically, that's why my weekend round is always usually my best round, because it takes me the whole week to figure it out, to get my adjustments fine-tuned. You know, like if I'm going to do a 15%, or if I'm not going to do any adjustment, or hey, on this drive we need to do a 20% adjustment, and then it's a 0 to the hole. It usually takes me all week to figure that stuff out. And so I'm more like just your average player. Whereas you take a lot of the people that stream that have 8 or 9 accounts, they play 8, 9, 10, 15 accounts on Monday. And so they have notes that are fine-tuned. That's why you can watch Hank and you can watch a lot of those guys, and like the first time that they stream a video, it's like, wow, how did they get these numbers? They got these numbers because they have 8 other accounts that they played that they didn't stream, and they got those numbers worked out on those 8 other accounts. And I don't have 8 other accounts, so I just kind of like play as I'm going along during out the weekend. So anytime you guys see me do epic fails, or you see me struggling on a hole, it's because I only have those 2 accounts, my 77 account, and so I'm just playing it. And I know a lot of times you guys will watch my videos and you'll go, dumbass, that's a 25% wind adjustment. Everybody in the community knows that. And the deal is that I don't know that yet, because I haven't got to that point in my game. I'm actually trying to work my game, and I haven't been paying attention to what everybody else is doing. I do pay attention with my teammates on par 3s, because like if you're having a problem on a par 3, it's all backspin. It's just like get on the cup and go. And there's some of the par 3s that it's obvious, like this is what you need to do. But there's some of these par 3s where you can take some risks, and you can increase your odds that you could get a hole-in-one. And I do pay attention to what my teammates are doing on those holes, because I'm really focused, and I'm really focused on what we have to do to put ourselves in the best spot to get an Albie on a par 5. And what do we have to do to get eagles on par 4s? Because I think that's where we make our money, is on par 4s. And if we can increase our odds of getting an Albie on a hole, that is not only picking up an Albie, that is a huge tiebreaker. And so my biggest focus during the week as a player is always on par 4s and par 5s. And I know that par 3s, in the past, I kind of took par 3s for granted, and when I made a hole-in-one, I made a hole-in-one. But the game is getting so much tighter that you really have to work on your par 3s, and you have to get some hole-in-ones. And so I've really been paying attention to what my teammates have been doing and talking to them, and they're a lot more in touch with the entire community, and they'll find a shot that works for them. The last tournament, my teammate Kyle, he was all over holes 1 and 4, and I know that there was a bunch of people in our clan that, you know, Kyle was the one that was leading the charge on how to get hole 1 and hole 4 done, and you would be a fool not to listen to him. So like any success that I had on hole 1 and hole 4 was all because I paid attention to Kyle and was posting what the adjustments were for Kyle on there. So I don't normally spend a lot of time. You guys see most of the time that I spend prepping for a tournament, which is a lot less than a lot of people. And in some cases that's, you know, my results. I'm a top 10 player, and I do get banners. I think we've played 17 tournaments when you add in all of the 9-hole cups that we did this year, and there were some of the 9-hole cups this year I really didn't play, because it was just like we had like that. In the last 10 weeks we played like 8 tournaments in the last 10 weeks, or 12 tournaments in the last 14. It's crazy what they've kind of put us through in the last 2 or 3 months. But I think I have, since the beginning of this year with the 17 tournaments, I think I have 6 or 7 wins. I've got a couple seconds. I think I have 1 or 2 thirds, maybe just 1 third, and top 10s. I've only been out of the top 10 once this year. And I had I had a bunch of stuff going on, and I just melted. It wasn't even that I didn't make a top 10, I didn't even make the weekend round. That's how bad that week was. So I'm just like you guys. I'm just your normal mortal dumbass player. What's up, Joe Golf? Joe Golf is in the house. That's awesome. How you doing, Joe? We miss you. Joe Golf's a great player. All of these people are great players. Anybody who's actually studying the game and trying to figure it out and trying to get better at the game is a great freaking player. I think most of the people that bitch most of the time, the ones that bitch the loudest are the ones that are actually not putting any effort into it and I guess they want, like a lot of these video games that are out there, they just want, I want to win. But they're not really putting any effort to actually win. Hitting it perfect. What's up, Joe? I'll call you back as soon as we get done. As soon as Dunner gets done beating my ass, I'll call you, Kyle. Yeah, this is the second stream, and I still haven't got everything set up right. I'm just still sitting in my garage, just thinking around. I did figure out what was going on with my main screen, where it was a little bit dark before. I actually don't know what was going on, but I changed OBS. I was just using the regular OBS, and I changed to Streamlab OBS. And down here in this bottom section, there's some widgets so that if there's a new subscriber, it'll pop up. And I've got other stuff that's in there that I haven't gotten set up yet, but I've got some stuff that was built into Streamlabs OBS. So I switched from regular OBS to Streamlabs OBS. And for some reason, the way that it was set up with the center screen, I have to reset it up for the device every time. And I had it on there and it was dark, but I've done it several times since, just practicing, and it's brightened up now. So hopefully it looks pretty good. I've talked to a guy from Fiverr about getting me a banner and a little intro and a little exit thing. I'm probably going to highlight more like the Kings of Golf stuff, so we'll be like the Kings of Golf, and I'm just one person in the Kings of Golf. We'll make it clan wide, do the whole little deal. I'm just one of many. Oh. If I would have tried, I could have hit that more good to the right. I'm not sure how, but I could have. This video is brought to you by Monster. I love those canned coffees. Good. What's up, Pekka? Is it Pekka? How many people we got? We got 29 people in here. I'm going to stream for a while today. I told my wife I was just going to get up and stream because I wanted to go play. I think I'm going to play after this one. Dunner, when you hear this, after this one, I'm going to play Kyle a few times, and I'm going to call Kyle. I don't know why I didn't call you. Let's give Dunner his share here, and let's call Dunner. We can get some voice on here, and let him tell you what he thinks of the changes, and then I will call Kyle, and we'll let Kyle talk about what he thinks the changes are. And then I'm going to go in and play some of this Tour 6, and we're going to see how these new holes are and see if we can figure this out. But I'm going to play. I've got today off. We had a job that we were doing today, and it rained Wednesday morning, and the guy's doing a bunch of other work, so he had to have one of his contractors come out that was coming out on Wednesday, had to change his date to Friday, so we all had to. So we're going out there on Tuesday to do the guy's job. Yo, you're on the stream,
Hello.
Kevin.
I
just made it back in time. I had to go make a new drink, and I just caught you at the end. Since my phone doesn't want to notify me when someone's calling a messenger.
I got a Grim Reaper here. All right, cool. This is one of my favorite. I love this hole because every single time I play this hole, I try to do a dunk. Every time. So how's Mr. Dunner doing?
Not too shabby.
You went back to work. Are you still working nights? You went back to work. They've got all kinds of stuff set up for COVID where you're man, I hit so close that now I'm not going to be in my long iron range. Oh.
Yeah, no, that was what we call a 10 or less union call. So you get called for you work 10 days or less, and then you don't lose your spot in the list. So it's just a short-term call, as they deem it. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, the one plant I actually got a call again, so I'm going back on Wednesday. But yeah, there's like a little shack you got to go to, and you got to answer all the questions. I'm actually surprised they don't make you take your temperature when you get there. And then they have like huge, pretty decent-sized lunchrooms. I mean, you can probably fit 200 guys in them, and there's like, I don't know, figure that out. There's 8 per table, so I don't know, what, 20, 24 tables or something?
Yeah.
But you can only sit one guy on each table, in order to apply accordance with all the distancing rules and stuff. But it's crazy. But then I got to go walk the job site and work side by side next to the guy for 2 hours at a time anyway, so I don't know. It's crazy.
So what do you think of the new changes to the game?
Well, I don't know. I think I'll be more curious as to once they come out with one of these side spin balls. So far, I don't know. As far as the rings and shit goes, I don't find much difference personally. I'm only about 15 games into it since it's been changed, but the small ring and stuff, I've always done it that way anyway. Oh yeah.
That's what I'm talking about right there. I can't believe that went in and hit the flagpole. It hit the flagpole about 6 inches up from the top. I can't believe that went in. This is one of the few holes in the game though that every single time I get to it, because it's got this big backboard on it, every single time you get to it, you can come to it with any club. As long as the club's got just a little teeny bit of backspin on it, you can come to it with any club and try a dunk with impunity, because if you miss, it'll hit up there at the top and it'll roll right back down towards the cup. It won't go back in, but you'll end up with a very short putt. So every single time I come to this hole, I try a dunk. This hole right here is the very first hole I was ever on where I saw somebody do a max overpower hook shot, and it was when the game first came out. And I was like, what in the hell is this person doing? But I've always done dunks on this, even when I first started, because this was a way to work on your dunk achievement. Look at that. Dunk. Who? Dunk in the hole. Jumped over the top of Dunner and slammed it in his face.
Vince Cartered me. Ball sack right in the face.
No, the only problem that I have is that if I'm just confused about the ring stuff now, because we have an extra ring in the middle, and are they representing that like if you think of the old yellow ring on our needle was all perfect, and now they've said that only half of it's perfect. Does that mean a one ring grate is in the new ring, or is a one ring grate now 3 degrees? So that's where it's like I'm confused on how they're looking at that.
See, no, I get what you're saying. I think that all stems from that whole the forced grade dealio, right? So and people have, and you mentioned it earlier, that people have screenshotted it, slowed it right down, and everything else, and shown that the needle was inside the yellow, but it didn't. It said great when you hit the ball, right? So, and then I'm pretty sure Playdemic's never been shy about saying that. Yeah, just because it's in the yellow doesn't necessarily mean it's perfect. There's a buffer there.
Yeah.
So all they've done is definitely define it. It's a clear, defined, serious line now, and
yeah, but what the deal is, but my point is that let's take the old system. The old system, what they were saying is that in the old system, what was the bullseye was actually 2 degrees, and actually 4 if you counted it on both sides of dead center perfect. It was actually 4 degrees. And what perfect was 1 degree on either side of dead center perfect. They only split the center one. That means that the outer rings are still 2 degrees. So like you've got your center ring now, which is split in half, and it's 1 degree on this side, 1 degree on this side. So now we've got, that represents the center. That means that the third ring, what's now the third ring, is actually 2 degrees. So are they saying that a 1 ring grate to the right is a 1 degree, and that a 2 ring grate to the right represents 2 degrees? And so if you're going to change the math for the center, why didn't you change the math for all of them and make the entire ring set smaller? I mean, because that seems like that would be the consistent way to do that, is to make the entire ring set smaller so that it now accurately represents what we're looking at for the deal. And so I think if they made the entire ring set smaller for the bullseye on the needle, that they really would have had a bunch of people bitching. And I think with their demographics as far as age group, I think that they pissed off a bunch of the people that are in the 40s and 50s that are like, hey dude, my vision was shit before, and now you've made the why? Because they could have went the other way. They could have went, okay, hey, we've already, the game's been out for 3 years. Everybody's got this. So if they wanted to make it easier and they wanted to level the playing field, and they wanted to make it so that these people, the people that bitch the most, have a better shot, they would have made what was the old yellow ring, the entire ring perfect. They would have made perfect 2 degrees. Because that means that the perfect in the middle is 2 degrees, and then the next one over is 2 degrees, and the next one over is 2 degrees, and they'd all be the same, and the math would work out. But what they've done now is that the middle is 2 degrees, and it represents a perfect and a great. And now we've got another ring that's 2 degrees, and so the math is off. And so I don't even know how the math works anymore on that.
No, I get what you're saying. And I think the deal with that is it's always been there all along. We just didn't really know about it clearly now. Like you said, that if the actual perfect spot is only 1 degree left or right of center, then it's always been that way. And then when we're hitting our shots that were in the yellow, but they were saying great. So really, I mean, when you hit your great shot, you're actually hitting two rings great, as opposed to 1 ring great. Now you can differentiate your 1 ring great from 2. I don't know. It's I think what happens is a lot of times people look too much into it. So far, I think I haven't seen too much difference. I understand it's visually it's definitely trickier to look at that tiny little circle and say, how am I supposed to hit that every time?
The rings,
overpowering it, or
the rings when you're out in the field and you're actually adjusting for the rings, and you're not dealing with your needle, but you're actually adjusting with your rings. I do like the fact that we have a half ring in there, so that if instead of pulling towards the center line, you can pull from one of the other rings towards the half ring. So like if you need to do a 2.4, you can go 2.4. You can start on your blue ring, and you can do 2 full rings, and then you can work towards that middle one, and it gives you a visual to let you know, like, this is half, so that it's easier to figure out where the quarter is. I kind of like that, but I'm still caught up on the needle one, that the middle 2 rings represent 2 degrees on either side, and every other ring past that is the same width as it was before, and those represent 2 degrees. So I'm still trying to figure out where a grate to the left or the right is. Is a grate to the left or the right now 3 degrees? Or is it grate to the left or the right 1 degree? And now, so I'm still caught up on like where the grate to the left or the right is.
Right.
We'll play one more, and I'm going to call Kyle, and then I'm going to play some Tour 6, and so we can see some of these new holes so I can figure it out. I just wanted to get out and play some regular holes just to make sure the game was good. And because the deal is, whenever we get new holes, number one, tons of people are playing Tour 6, we're
Yep.
more apt to get lag, and we're almost always apt to get lag when we're playing new holes, just because there's some glitchy stuff in them. What do I want to bring here? I want to bring a sniper. That way I can do the rough bump on you. That way you can beat me up really bad.
Yeah. This is my second account, man. I just got my sniper to 6 in this account.
Which account was it that you got robbed in by GC Master?
That was my 4, Dunner Part 4.
But you just got a win in one of your accounts in the Liberty tournament. Was that this account?
Yeah, that was my third one. Nope. Too many Dunners, that was. Actually, no, I won this one, yeah. I got a gold in this account with a 26, I think. No.
And a 26 was a great
Bronze.
a
Bronze
20
in this one with 27, and then gold in my other account with 26.
and a 26 was a
I don't
great
know, 1,
score
3, 5, 7.
in this last tournament. The deal was that my whole goal was to try and shoot a 28, and I missed 2 putts on the backside. But a 26 was still a monster score. That's the whole thing to keep in mind. And the players that we had on the team that shot 30, 32, I think Dez in one of his accounts shot a 33, and that's like, I'm incapable.
Yeah.
That right there is putting it together. I mean, in the opening round, I shot a 16 on the front. And so it's obvious that if you put it together, it's like in real golf, going out there and putting a round together. Because in most of these courses that I've played them so many times, it's like every hole I've hit that shot. But to actually put 18 of those shots together is monstrous, you know. That's like almost beyond my ability.
Yeah, you got a little bit of leeway off the tee sometimes, but other than that, everything else got to be perfect. Which is pretty crazy. But, I know, if you can get yourself in the same spot every time, it's just a matter of repetition, I suppose.
Well, it's a matter of hitting perfect.
That's still hard, too, though. I hit perfect, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I hit perfect more often, I think that the deal is that I'm putting myself in the right spot and I'm setting myself up correctly, and if I hit perfect,
Get in
I'd
there.
be in the hole more often. Because that's the deal right there is, I mean, if you put yourself in the right spot and you make a great wind adjustment and you don't hit it perfect, it's not going to go in the hole. I mean, that's the deal. So, but I am excited that I've made a few shots today, and it seems like we're not having to learn a whole new system. If they made me learn a whole new system, I might be ranting right now, and everybody would be trying to find out where I live so they could call 911 to come and save me. But I am still confused about the ring thing. I need somebody to explain to me why we can change the degrees on 2, but we're not changing on the outer 3, and how that dynamic works. So I don't know now what a grate to the left or the right is, unless a grate to the left or the right is 3 degrees, and then a 2-ring grate to the left or right is 2 degrees.
Oh, what a bad adjustment.
I was talking while you were shooting, so I was trying to interrupt you. So I was trying to tank your shot for you. That's what it was.
That's a myth. That's just like people at bowling, you know, when I bowl in the league in the wintertime, and when you get up there and, you know, if you happen to get on a roll and you get a few in a row to start the game, it's like all of a sudden everyone stops and quiets down. It's like, well, it makes no difference, man. The first freaking 8 shots I took was everyone was loud and throwing balls, and now you want to make it all quiet so I can concentrate.
You guys had Canada Day yesterday. Is Canada Day like the 4th of July for Canada? Is it your like Independence Day?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was at my buddy's house, went swimming, had some barbecue, some vodkas. It was a good time. Almost got sunburned, but not quite, so that was good.
Everybody's coming to my house. It's 4th of July tomorrow, right? 4th of July tomorrow. So everybody will come to my house. I live up on a hill, and so we can get on our side yard. In our backyard, I got a big 3 different patio areas, and we'll barbecue back there. And then on our side yard, it faces towards Portland, 60 miles away, but you can look over the valley. You can see the entire valley. And so anybody that's shooting up, mortars are illegal in the state of Oregon, but okay, they're illegal in the state of Oregon, but there's going to be thousands of mortars being shot up into the air tomorrow. and we can set lawn chairs up in my side yard, and we can watch the fireworks show all night long. So any mortars that get shot up, you can see them from my house. So we'll just go sit out in the yard and have a few drinks and chill out, maybe smoke a bowl. I don't know. I smoke.
Oh, yeah.
I don't smoke all the time, but I smoked some last weekend. It was my sister's birthday, and I smoked some, and I had a hangover for like 3 days. So I'm not sure. I'm gonna smoke any this weekend.
Yeah, well, if you don't do it very often, you mix it while you're drinking. So
No, and I don't ever mix. I don't drink that much.
Double the effect.
Usually, the only time I drink is when we're on vacation, and that's because when you're on vacation, I like to go to the Caribbean, and so you don't drink the water. So the only thing you can drink that you know is safe is you can drink alcohol. So you get up in the morning, you have a couple coffees, and at about 9 o'clock you start drinking. Usually, I'll get coffees with like Kahlua or something, and then I just start drinking right off the bat. Just drink all day.
Well, yeah, I mean, plus it's vacation too, right? So,
Yeah, and you never drink enough. You don't like pound them so that you're drunk. I'm not a kid, so I mean, I just like you just drink all day, so you got a little bit of a buzz all day, but you're not drunk.
for sure.
I do a lot of stuff
I've
out.
only really been on one trip.
I've been to a lot of Mayan ruins, so I go. My wife doesn't like going into the jungle and stuff, but I go do a lot of the ruins, and so on those days there's just no drinking. But I don't really. I can take drinking. It's not a big deal. I don't like. I don't know. I don't like waking up with a hangover. I'm too old for that shit.
Sucks.
I'm too old for that.
That's why I like my drink with water. Vodka and water, and then I squirt a little bit of Mio flavor in it, and then it's good. Catch a good buzz, and then you drink your water the whole time, so that helps with the dehydration part.
I think Kyle is actually driving, so I'm gonna go in and play some Tour 6. I got Sequoia Creek, hole 6, par 5. I think it's the first time I've been on these holes. I think I hit 3 of them yesterday, but I don't even remember them. And I was so irritated I was so focused on the little needle thing that I wasn't even looking at the holes.
Yeah, I think I had 2 par 5s this morning, and I think I went to 2 shootouts, or maybe just 1. It was that long straight one with the little skinny fairway and the green. There was kind of almost like a rough bump spot there with a sniper, but it was pretty sketchy. One of those things where you like land on a downslope and it turns into a roll instead of a bounce.
Yeah.
So your ball guide stretches right out, but then like you move it a little tiny bit and it's gone, and yeah. That one, I think that one should be able to be dialed in before the end of the weekend, though. I don't think you can get any more straightforward than that kind of par 3.
I like to come out to these holes and just try it out in some different ways. That it looks like you can wrap around on this particular one. You can wrap
Big
around. I'm
hook
just
on
wondering
that.
if I can make it over. It looks like it might be an iffy shot to
one
make it
bounce.
over. Yeah, that looks like that might be a good spot from right there. Maybe. That looks like it might be a good spot.
It's hard because I'm watching your video right now, and I keep forgetting that like what I'm watching is 3 seconds behind what's actually going on.
Yeah, it's a few seconds behind. That right there might be
Oh yeah.
might be great with the power 4.
Oh nice.
Might be better with a power 4 ball if you've got like an extra mile 6, extra mile 7. I think with an extra mile 8, you probably make it over on that side.
Yeah, I found it was a lot easier to play too, like head to head, the 2 of us. Once you called and we were like live talking, because I was like watching the stream, but then I'm listening to you, and then I realized, oh shit, yeah, you're 3 seconds ahead. And look down, I was like, oh yeah, it's already my go. Pay attention.
So yeah, if you brought a power 4 ball here, might be able to get up there in your grizzly range a little better. With an 8-7 headwind. Yeah. That'll be nice.
Almost with a white ball even.
8-7. Oh, I'm pushing up against that. Jeez. Can we set this shot up any worse than what I've already set it up?
Played a little pad there.
There's 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm just gonna shoot it.
You can fit 3 rings in that pad.
doubt that they'll give us that big of a headwind if we were on that hole right there. We'd probably get some kind of tailwind or side wind on that hole as opposed to an 8-7 headwind.
Yeah. Plus, well, what's the rule in rookie tournaments? What's the most? 7 miles per hour?
Yeah, it's like 7, somewhere in that neighborhood. 5, 7.
Plus, you're going to be using some sort of ball that's going to knock it down at least 15%, right?
From where I was at right there with the 3-power ball, though, where my red line was at, it would have been a little bit of a... I definitely would have been better off with a 3-side spin ball. A Kingmaker would have worked better as far as like bringing my tail around to the hole. And if you wanted to get closer to it, you'd either have to bring along a wood that had some backspin, or you'd need to bring out a bigger ball so you can push your red line forward.
Yeah, I wonder what would look like after that little pad there.
I think the other way to go at that hole, and I almost did it on that one, was to try and wrap around to get... There's the fairway that was up here that I hit to, but there was the fairway that was over on the right-hand side, and you can use a quarterback or a rock, and use your quarterback and your rock to try and curl it around there. But with the way that these trees are, they're so close to the edge of the fairway, there might not be enough room on the edge of the fairway for the curl to become effective before it hits the tree to get over there. Next time I get on this hole, I'm going to try it, because like normally when I get on brand new holes, the very first thing I try and figure out, I don't even really care about getting on the green. My number one thing is to try and figure out what are my drive options. Like what driver am I going to bring on there, like from where that puts me. And then once you figure out driver, then you can start discussing ball. And then you can start trying to figure out what your secondary club is going to be. But normally my first MO on brand new holes is to try and figure out what my drive options are.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a lot. It seems like there's a lot on this. Like every hole's got like 2 fairways, 2 split fairways, and they kind of sometimes intertwine. I don't know. I think on the one, I think it's number 9. I tried a hook shot earlier. It was pretty much epic fail. But I got thinking, like, I could almost hook it, land on the left fairway, and opposite spin it, and then end up on the right side of fairway, and be like long iron for albatross shot. But that was a pretty easy eagle you had right there, though.
Yeah, and it was some risk on that drive, though, doing the max overpower to get over there. So, I mean, that's one of those risk versus reward. If you make it, then you've got a long iron. Depending on ball, you got a long iron or a minimum wood. So that would be really wood dependent. So like if you decided that was the shot you were going to take, and you were going to take a 3-power ball and you were going to take a Kingmaker, then your wood should probably be a Guardian, so that if you were a little short and you couldn't get the spin, so that if you had to use your wood, you could backspin it and you had more room for adjustment. Yeah. And then your long iron would definitely be one that had the best ball guide, because you're going to be probably putting on topspin, so you want to be able to run that out there and take a better look at it. Like that would be a hole that a lot of people would go, well, hey, you could bring your Goliath and you would be right there you'd have, but I'm not. You wouldn't have any red line, because there's no red line between a Goliath and any wood in the back. You've got it. So like if you
there's one, put your
put your
yellow ring.
Yeah, you put your. This is the
third cutout.
And it will be different if I use
max left 2 top.
It'll be different with a Titan. So it'll be a little different with a Titan. So it's 3 3/4 rings. I got to go 4 rings with a Titan because it doesn't have as much side spin. 10% on the wind, so it's going to be a 5-1 wind adjustment. Max curl.
Actually dropped the shot a couple times in the tournament.
Hit it great on the outside. That's bad for me, hitting it great on the right, because that ball doesn't have as much curl or side spin on it, so it'll be very likely that I'm going to get caught up right there. The deal is I hit this hole when I don't need to pick up this hole. Like you need to pick up this hole in the weekend round. Like that's where it really, really, like that's where you really want to hit it. And I always hit this hole when I'm in the qualifying round or in an opening round, and I very seldom ever pick it up in the weekend round. And part of it's just because of my inability to hit perfect every time.
That's why I was doing a max overpower hook.
You were doing the max overpower hook on the drive, so you could get way the hell out there and get into your long iron range, right?
Well, and then like change the angle big time coming through the fairway too, right? So like I'm coming, you swing it way the hell out there, so that because when you shoot straighter at it, that's when you get that crazy little downhill bounce / roll, and you end up with the bunker or whatever. But when you swing it way the hell out to the right, change the angle coming through, and all I needed was like 2 top spin and then maximum left spin, and it was a pretty easy spot. I put my middle of the bullseye, right on the 3rd cut, and then go from there. And it was right through the last little throat every single time. And it's cool because I can overpower it. I don't have to worry about trying to hit it dead that's perfect because I'm trying to slice it. So
Yeah, the curl shot on there, somebody just mentioned it. Terry, that curl shot on there, that's like this hole, there's a handful of holes in this game that I use max curl on the drives, and I have an absolute 100% setup shot. Like I know based on my clubs, like if I had a bag set up with a QB, it's 3 rings off that transitional surface. If I do,
yeah.
And then I'm trying to lay it up in that fairway before I run through. And so I have, on some of these shots, the whole deal is your drive is a delivery system, and I have a pure 100% setup shot. And when I use big curl on a drive, I don't like going, hey, use half curl, because what the hell is half curl? If you're going to set the shot up from scratch, why wouldn't you just use max curl and just set the shot up at max? Because then every single time you get on that hole, it's max curl. It's max curl. You don't have to remember.
Yeah, I've got a few reference points, like the inside of the ball to the outside of the circle, or the inside of the circle, or
right. Trying to find some reference point where you can start up and with your clubs. And what really screws up is when you get a club that's upgraded and it had 79. It's like your quarterback. It has 79 curl, and then it gets to level 9 and it gets 84 or 92 or whatever it gets, and then it changes. Then you got to go back on those holes and you got to figure it out again. I switched from playing my QB to my rock, and my rock has 96 curl. And when I changed, I had to tank some shots. I had to go out and get my butt kicked and be willing to tank a few shots until I refigured out like what this curl can do. So like there's some shots with my QB I'm 3 rings off, and there's some shots with my rock that I'm 3 3/4 or I'm 4 1/2. 100% pure setup.
yeah.
No,
like
I'm playing Kyle. I gotta bring out. We gotta have some fun. I can burn some of my Titans. I don't hardly ever play with Titans. That's why I have 1,200 and something of them.
All right, you want to give him a shout then while you're playing, or what?
Yeah, I'll give him a shot and see what he's doing. Nice talking to you, buddy.
Yeah, man.
We haven't played it all in the last couple weeks. I've been really busy, and you've been really busy working and trying to get through life. Like the guy in what was that movie, Waterboy?
Oh.
Just done like the whole little. The one coach that talks to nothing but Cajun. I go down in Louisiana and I listen to the people down there that are speaking the Cajun, and I have no problems whatsoever understanding them. But I was in West Virginia, and I ran into an individual up there, and he was talking, and I was like, and I'd look at the lady that was next to him, and then she would interpret. And after a few minutes, I went, what language is he speaking? And she goes, he's speaking English. And I was like, oh my gosh. West Virginia and coal mining West Virginia, that's a totally different world up there. That was very interesting. It's really pretty, but it's totally different. There's no other landscape I've ever been to anywhere in the United States as far as like the terrain that's like it is in the coal country of West Virginia. And it's definitely one of those areas that on every piece of property up there, there's a graveyard of dumbasses just like me.
Yeah, I don't know. We got some pretty good scenery up here too. When I was 19 years old, I drove from where I am, Sarnia, so it's southwest Ontario. It's about an hour north of Detroit, Michigan, and then up all the way around the Great Lakes, and then to 2 hours north of Edmonton, Alberta. So it was pretty cool. And then all the way to Banff eventually, but got to see a lot of the country. There's a lot of different landscapes along the way for sure. Saskatchewan land fucking sucked though, man. It was like, okay, it's flat still. Like,
I want to take that trip
It's always
sometime
the
where you
airport
drive
flat.
across Canada. I have a sister that died a couple years ago. It was her birthday last weekend, and she was going to move. She lived in Philadelphia, and we were going to move to. She was going to move back out to the Pacific Northwest, and so. Right, the year that she died in August, and she was going to come home in November, December, and talk about coming out here. And then I was going to go get her stuff the next spring. And then when we came out here, we were going to drive across country, and our plan was just to go up into Canada and literally drive all the way across Canada. Because I've been to Canada several times, Vancouver, British Columbia, been to Victoria Island.
Yeah.
I lived when I was a
I've never
kid
been over there.
for a
That was-
short period of time in Libby, Montana, and we went across into Canada, and there's a big wildlife preserve up there, and went up there, but I haven't spent a lot of time in Canada. Canada is like really pretty.
Oh yeah, the Rockies obviously, like that's the highlight, obviously, but it's pretty cool. Actually, I've never made it over top mountains to BC and Vancouver and shit, but that's where my buddy was living there, like whatever month ago it was, I guess. Which kind of sucks because it was like, still had plans to go out there, and it's like, all right, well I got my best friend, he still lives way out there, and poor feller had a heart attack while he was sleeping, I'm assuming, because I don't know, couldn't call or do anything. He was missing for a couple days at home, so.
Let me call Kyle,
And then out east.
and
Yeah, call Kyle.
I'll play a few with Kyle, and then I'm going to go back to Tour 6 and play Tour 6 for the rest of the day, and try and figure out these new holes, at least get a look at them, and I can get a look at what some of the new holes look like.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Yeah, nice talking to you, Kevin.
You too, man.
Bye.
Party on, Wade.
All right, that was one of my teammates, Kevin Dunner. And I got a new survey available. If any of you are wanting free cash, if you do not think that Facebook and Google and all these other places don't know every single thing about you, I'm not sure where you live at, but they know everything. And so you can get on Google Opinion Rewards, and they give you when you first start off, they give you a few more, but as time goes by, you get a little bit less. But like in the last week, I've gotten $2.90 on my Google Opinion Rewards account. So that means I can get one of the $1.99 packs for free. What's up, Kyle Brady?
What's happening, brother?
Oh, not much. Just sitting here kicking your butt.
Yeah, dude.
Or trying to. I'm not even paying attention. I'm just out here shooting. I'm just want to come out here and just shoot and just have some fun and see if the ring stuff is responding right. And the rings seem to be responding right. And I don't seem to be having the problem with my rough iron and my sand wedge that I was having yesterday. And I'm not sure if yesterday was just because I was hitting into monster headwinds, or if it was something that was changed in the game, but it definitely seems like it's responding a little more correctly today. I still don't know whether we have a new great or a new good. Like, how are they factoring? I was talking to Kevin about it. How are they factoring? And somebody from Playdemic's going to have to come out, because any other answer, if we talk about math, if the new perfect is 1 degree on either side of the dead center, that means that the next ring, the new next ring, is 1 degree. That's a great to the right or the left. The next ring over represents 2 degrees. So is a 2 and a 3 ring great part of that, or is that like, how do they represent it? Because they changed the center scale, but they didn't change the outer scale. So that means that the math is still wrong.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense for me. I just don't think
I don't think they.
really
I
thought
don't think
into
they
it
care.
that much.
I don't think they care. I really don't think they care. If they really cared about the demographic, if they really, somebody went and really looked at the numbers and really cared about the demographics that play the game, they would have kept the size of the center ring the same to keep the game consistent, and they would have changed the starting point as opposed to what they did.
I know for me, like, if you break out that yellow ring just by itself and play it as a half, sometimes it actually helps me out because then I don't have to calculate an extra half a ring. I just pull from that clear bullseye and I get my half done each.
In the hole! Albatross! That's what I'm talking about. Woo!
I'm on fire today, man.
Well, those shots right there with the Nirvana and stuff, those are shots that are going to be super key, because I understand how that rough iron and that sand wedge work as far as their ring adjustments, that they're not the same as other clubs. And so if they change the dynamic on that, that's like a core change to the game. That's not just like a minor superficial change. That's core. And that changes, like, I don't think that Playdemic ever thought that the guy that figured out the win ring method, I don't think, and he figured it out pretty quick. I mean, the game had only been out 3 months, and there was some starting to be a method for figuring out, and it's gotten refined over the years, obviously with the apps and stuff. But I don't think that they anticipated that the game would get as technical on our end, and for them to make core changes that throw that whole system off, that would be the stupidest move that they could ever make. But from what I saw yesterday, it seemed like there was, like it wasn't quite playing right, and it would like totally piss me off if my Nirvana and Spitfire were not playing the same. Are you going to go hole-in-one this on me? Wasn't it Kevin that hole-in-one this like 4 times? Because we just had this in a tournament here this year, and he hole-in-one this hole like 4 times.
But he actually did it to me during tournament week. We were just messing around, and he hit it for the first time. And I was laughing my ass off. Because he had mentioned how close he had been, but he never actually hit it. And then he hit it. I was like, seriously? I was going to put a little more power on that, but I was worried about overshooting the green. Because that green's pretty fast.
I can't even remember how I was playing it. I don't think I was using any power at all.
Well, for the extra topspin on the 9, you probably don't need a whole lot. The side wind, you might need a little bit, but you'll still get pretty good distance up there. It's rapier range.
No, I think I was using a 4 power ball on this hole to get up there. Or we were using a 3 power ball. I can't remember. I think we were using a 3 power ball. Maybe we were using a 4. This is why, like, somebody asked me earlier, like, how much time I put into this. I can go back and watch. This is why I encourage everybody to record your own gameplay. So, like, at least during the tournament weeks and stuff, you can go back and you can analyze your shots. But I can go back because I got those playlists, and I can go back and see what I did on that shot. And I go, okay, I was using a 4 power ball on there, and this was the deal. Let's see if I can get. Did you guys leave your house to go somewhere for the weekend?
Yeah.
Are you camping?
We just rented like a little Airbnb up in the mountains.
Oh, sure. 2-6.
Dog's running away though.
Ah. Close, but no cigar. Are we in a rubber match here? Did I win the first one and you won the second one?
Yeah.
We'll do a rubber match here, and I'm going to take like a 5-minute break. I got to run out to my vehicle because I got another coffee out there. And then I'm going to play some Tour 6, and I'm going to see if I can get some of those new holes and see if I can figure out how to play them. I played, I think last night, I got 3 of them, and I got 1 of them today. They look interesting. I think the big curl shots and the big max overpower hook shots are probably going to be out the window. I'm actually wondering.
Come on.
Like a lot of times if we get the right wind or if we bring in a big enough ball, we can use this island right here. But there is a spot over here I think you can hit where we can try and bring it and do a rough bump and bring it out here in front. I'm going to try it. 1-9.
Emerson, come on, bud.
Probably ended up in the rough right there. I always take the shot the same way, but sometimes you get into big wind and like right there you can bounce it off from that other side to bring it over instead of trying to hit that little teeny island or going to the shot on the other side, but trying to get closer up in there and using the bounce over from here when you're in big headwinds and trying to bring it around through it.
I usually do like maybe 2 top spin and I just curl it right over there.
Is
That's how I
one-
usually play this hole.
You play it from this spot right here?
Yep.
Yeah, because you can go underneath of that tree right there and you can do a rough bump and bleed out in the front. You can play it to the right over here or you can play it off that little island, but I think a lot of times when we're playing one-on-one and you get on this hole, there is a shot that we can do right here because we get a headwind on this hole a lot. And you can play that with a lower power ball. You don't have to bring out a Titan. I'm trying to do as many rough shots as I can today because I want to build confidence in my my Nirvana and see how it's responding. That's not going to work. From this distance. We'll see. We'll see if we can get this in there, if I can hit it perfect. I hit it perfect, it's going in. Ah.
Tony, great's the new.
Great's the new perfect. Well, I am the king of great. Maybe that should be my tagline over here instead of 77, the king of great. If you can't be good, be lucky. The force is with me, I am one with the force. The force is with me, I am one with the force.
Yeah.
That's one of those streaky things. Like there are days where I can't catch a perfect. If I paid somebody, if Playdemic said, hey, if you pay $1, you can get a perfect, I could pay $1, and they go, oh, sorry, we couldn't do your transaction.
Transaction failed.
And then there are days where I can't hit anything but perfect.
Right.
I always like it when I get really pissed off, and I've had that happen a couple times in tournaments where I had some hole and I got some lag and I missed a putt and I got really pissed and I got up and left because I didn't want to throw a rant. And I got up and left for an hour and I came back. When I came back, I just like lit it up. It was either, I guess I could say, wait a second here, wait a second. You beat me 2 out of 3. What the hell, dude?
Somebody had to hand it to you.
Somebody had to hand it to me. I thought we were friends. All right, I'm going to let you go have vacation, and I'm going to go play Tour 6.
All right, brother.
All right. Nice talking to you.
Yep, bye.
Bye. Where is Dez? Is Dez on? What time is it in the UK? You guys are 8 hours ahead of me, so it's like 9:19. Yeah, Kevin. What's up, Terry? Is it, how do you pronounce that? It's RYO. I have to spell it out phonetically so I know how to pronounce that. All right, let me take a quick break here. I'm just going to walk outside to my vehicle and I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick break and just run out there and grab a drink, and then I'm going to come right back in and I'm going to play Tour 6 for a while here so that I can try and get some of these new holes to see if we can figure out. Goal number 1 when I play new holes is, like I was telling Kevin, whenever I play new holes, my first and foremost goal is to figure out drives. I really don't care when I play new holes. I really don't care if I get like what the shots chart to the green or what any of that stuff is. My first goal is to try and take as many of these holes from different sides to establish what drivers it's going to take. And then once I go, hey, I like that side better, then I really want to focus on what my second club is and what ball will help that second club. and then start worrying about, I don't even worry about elevations or wind adjustments or any of that stuff until I've established what clubs and what ball I'm going to bring on those holes. So, all right, I'll be right back. Less than a minute. Less than 5 minutes.
Ready?
All right, you got to see my wife walk by. Figured while I was taking a break, I might as well go talk to a man about a horse. All right, tour 6. Look at that. Kyle came in and just trounced me. Let's open up some chests so that we can get out there and play a little. Almost got that horizon up. I've been really working on with the club card trading. I've been seriously working on my epics. Very few of my rares am I putting points into. I'm trying to, like, I get some days you get the epics that are just absolutely turds, but I've been trying to get my epics up. I've got a few of the rares I'm trying to knock out of it, but we're gonna get down to rares like the down in 1, which the cool thing about the down in 1 is it's always a turd. But unfortunately, we have to waste club cards on it. Hole tour 6. See if we can get some of these new holes. So there's a new Eagle ball. I'll have to go check it out. Rio. Welcome to the stream, Rio. So it's another wind 2, side spin 2, power 5 ball. I need to check that out because there's the rose ball. When the rose ball came out, that is one ball that I wish that I would have bought more of, because that ball had really low needle speed at overpower, and that was definitely okay. This is this hole again. Let's see if we can get that over again. Let's see if we can replicate that. Actually, man, I think if I do max curl here, I did that shot going over, so let's see if you can, like, where would that put me? Let me see if I can just get over here and just do a max curl shot and just bring it around, because I did the shot going over, so that is possible. It's 1-8. And let's see if there's enough room for the curl to become effective. Isn't it perfect? And there is. So you could do that with a QB or a rock, set that up, but I don't think that will. I don't think the zone there I don't think I could get out far enough in order to get on the right-hand side of the trees. And if I wouldn't have gotten in the rough, I could have went this direction and wrapped it around. With a sniper, one of the things about it is it's got a lot of curl, so you can wrap it around these trees. But I really think if you're going for the straight up shot at it, unless you did a max overpower hook, and I don't think there's enough room with all these trees out here to do a max overpower hook on that. So it's wind 5, power 2. I have a bunch of those wind 2 turkey balls that are only one side spin that are power 2. And I don't know how we got all those, but we ended up getting a bunch of them at some point. So from where I'm at right there, if I did a max overpower shot with that wind, I'm going to leave the wind in. Let's see if I can get that around the bend. Trying to get around the bend. Ain't been on the green since I don't know when. We're playing some Golf Clash. I'd have to take that Johnny Cash song and have to change all the words to it. I got the monkey song down for Golf Clash. I like doing karaoke, but I like doing songs a cappella. So like a lot of the songs that I know all the words to, they're not on any playlists. So some places that do karaoke won't let you do that, and some places will. And so when we go to a karaoke place that'll let me sing a cappella, I'll just go out there and sing a song, and it's usually pretty fun. Are they up one on me? I think we're even. Now let's see if these are the types of shots right here that are like the shots that I practice all the time. And these are money shots. And yesterday, Headwind was laying these shots down big time. So I am way through that hole. In the hole. So there's two ways to get an eagle on it, and that second way was not, I'm not sure that trying to wrap yourself around to that fairway on the right is going to ever give you the serious shot at Albie getting into the hole. I think the way that I went at it earlier in this video, where I went straight forward and tried to bridge the gap to get in that fairway, is definitely a better way of going at it if you're looking for Albie. And I'm not sure which hole that's on. I'll have to go back through and look at those holes and start to write down like what the deal is. Tonight, my plan is when I'm watching TV tonight, I'm going to just play and record. And if I catch any of those holes, I'll run outside and voice over and do the thing so that I can make a playlist. It's always difficult on the weeks that we have brand new holes to get together a full playlist. And usually it comes late. So hopefully I can have one done tonight, and then I can do a walkthrough tomorrow. And thank you, Des, for encouraging me to do the walkthrough. Hopefully the walkthroughs help you guys. I know that there's a lot of content out there where people talk about shots in this game and do the stuff, but I try and do... my whole goal when I'm doing the walkthroughs is to try and give you as many different options as possible. So that when you're looking at it and you go, oh, man, I don't think that shot's going to work for me, you have some other options that you can do on those shots. And I did find out on this hole that you can't do a lot of curl because of that damn tree. Or I need to be right up against the tree, like right here. I need to be right up against it. And then I'm going to take the wind out. And then I'm going to put on max curl and try and go around the left side of the tree. And if we caught that right, if we catch that right there with a bigger power ball, I think we can get on that green in one. And so yesterday I came in there and I tried to split the difference, and I tried to go in between the trees and I put curl on it, but with an extra mile there's not enough curl to get all the way around it. So if you came there with an Apocalypse, if you had an Apocalypse and you had a power 5 ball, I think you could start where you were like aiming right at the tree or on the in between the trees, and then you're going around the tree, and you may be able to get up there closer with a power 5 ball because your base distance is going to be farther. I think with an extra mile and a power 5 ball, I think you could get on that green in one. And that would be huge. Boom, shakalaka. Because if we can figure out a way on these par 4s to get on in one or get up there and do a short chip, and this is not what I would consider a short chip, but I mean like getting up there and really getting on it. There's minimum. There's max. So I'm right at about mid club. Now let's go to minimum. Or more towards minimum. That's about mid. That's 3.5, that's 7. I'm going to do a 7 mile an hour pull. I'm going to do a little bit of adjustment. Anticipation. And it's definitely downhill. So there would be, if that was our landing spot, we definitely have to do some kind of an elevation adjustment. And I was counting that if I pull out my trusty dusty calculator here. And why I don't have my calculator on is because I don't know what any of the elevations are to begin with. It would be 1.75. That was like a 6-7 wind. I think I moved at 4 rings, so that was maybe a 5% adjustment. And then I hit it 700 rings, great to one side. Bam, in the trees. This is definitely going to be one of those courses that it's going to be super important to go fairway to fairway to green. Fairway to fairway to green, and stay the hell out of those trees. Birdie. I think this hole right here we can get on a 1. And we're not going to have to do max curl. It's just going to be about bringing out a big power ball. So that power ball that you're talking about right there, that eagle ball might work on this. I'm going to check the wind speed or the needle speed on that eagle ball, because if it takes the place of those rose balls, I may buy it. I may buy a few. So Rob, yesterday it seemed like it was a struggle, like right off the bat, and the ball was responding different, like how it was responding, it was off, especially with the rough and the sand wedge. But it didn't seem like it was playing, but I've just been playing. It's 1:30 now, so I've been playing for a couple hours and just going out and playing and just trying to hit some balls. And it seems like the rings, like what we know as the ring numbers, are playing correctly, and so now we have a half mark in there. So don't count that. And getting used to the smaller, I mean the perfect zone is still the perfect zone, and it's so small in there, I'm not sure I can see that zone. But I'm still confused on how they're doing, on how that works with the degrees. Because if they're saying that the old center line was actually 2 degrees on either side, that means there would be 2 degrees on this side, 2 degrees on this side. The next ring over is still the same size. So that means the next ring over is still 2 degrees. So I'm still trying to figure out whether a one ring grate is now 1 degree or if a one ring grate is now 3 degrees. Okay? So it seems to me like a one ring grate is it a bigger zone? Because that doesn't match up. I don't know. I don't know how that works. Somebody will have to explain that math to me. Let me get a couple just in case somebody wants to replay. I'm going to be rolling through some chess today, I'm sure. Get to work on some club cards today. I think Des said earlier, Des is going to have to play some Tour 3. I'm not sure. I did a video. I think it's the video that I've shot that has the most views of any video that I ever shot. Is the one that I shot on how to harvest, how to get extra mile cards. So theoretically, the best way to get extra mile cards would be to play Tour 2. And if you think about it, in the pool, there's only so many cards that are Tour 1 and Tour 2. So when you open up a gold chest, there's only so many rares. And so your odds of getting an extra mile are always going to be higher because there's such a small pool. And so if you're really trying to harvest out extra mile cards, Tour 2 is the way to do it. But what I found is that when you're, like, if you take your Tour 3 clubs, Goliath, Big Topper, you take those clubs that are in Tour 3. When I'm playing Tour 3, I tend to get more, like when I open up gold chests, I tend to get more of what's in Tour 2 than I do in Tour 3. So like if you're trying to get Guardians, that's a Tour 5 club. When you're opening up Tour 5 gold chests, you tend to get more of the golds from Tour 4 and below and not the ones from the tour you're actually playing. So it could be argued that if you wanted to harvest extra mile cards, is it better to try and harvest them in Tour 3? Because you're going to get, you're more apt to get something lower than, let me switch clothes here. You're more apt to get something from Tour 2 and Tour 1 when you're in Tour 3? Or is it just better to just go to Tour 2 because there's so few cards in the pool? It's debatable. But I think you probably have a better shot. I don't know, it's debatable. I think you probably have a better shot in Tour 2. But sitting and playing Tour 2 all day long so that you can harvest 25 extra mile cards blows. So I get the impression that nothing changed except the color of the center ring, dead center, to get people to quit saying forced grate. And that does seem like what the deal is. But that means that the math on the rest of the rings is wrong. So what they're saying is that a perfect is 1 degree from dead center, 1 degree on either side of dead center. But that the grate is still off. So that means that a grate before went, so a grate to the left or the right, if that math, if what they're saying is correct, then that means that a grate to the left or the right was only half of the orange ring. And that you could hit 3/4 of the orange ring and you were actually in a 2-ring grate. So if they're going to change the ones so that the stuff was correct, why didn't they change them all to make up for, you know, like their scale was off. They had math over here and then they had math over here and the scale was off. So why didn't they change them all so that the scale would be correct? Yeah, and I can't, you know, the deal is that I can't even, like, I can't, those rings are so small. Like the yellow ring was, those ones that are on there, I mean, I can see that there's rings on there, but to try and focus on those, It's going to be, I'm going to hit just as many perfects as I hit before, and I'm going to hit just as many greats as I hit before. But now I'm confused as far as like a one ring great to the left or the right. So like you guys watch my videos on a regular basis, and I'm all about like giving myself enough room. And so has any of that changed? Because like that right there was a one ring great to the left, and it was in the second ring. It was on the outside edge of the second ring. So was that actually a 2-ring grate? Because you can't say that the center was off and that the other rings aren't off. They picked an imaginary point somewhere down here at the bottom and said from this point to this point where the bullseye is, this is 1 degree. Come on, people. How are we going to get those Sequoia Creek holes if you guys aren't replaying? Come on. I sat down and played one day so much that the very first chest that I won was a platinum, and by the end of the day I was on my 3rd platinum. And I know it's supposed to be like 1 in 100 wins you get a platinum, but I think if you're playing like on a regular basis, that seemed to me like if you were playing on a regular basis, like they're like, hey man, they've been like on playing, that I got platinums more often. It seemed like it was like maybe 1 in every 50. Oh, I gotta play this. I gotta play it. Oh, jeez, with an 8-mile-an-hour headwind. Well, that's brutal. That's brutal. See what kind of distance I can get down there. Should be 407. I might actually have a shot to get on from there. If you play on this hole, that max overpower hook shot that I just did right there, you can bring out any ball on it, but it's best if you have a big dog or a guardian. A big dog works better for the second shot, but a guardian is the second best just because of raw distance. There you go. But if you're hitting over to that other island over there, really you're just relegating yourself to having it's on in 3 and then taking a putt. So, but if you're way short in this fairway like my opponent is, it can be you're actually in a rougher spot than if you hit over to the other side. It's going to push me forward. There's 4-6. Just in wind. Hit it 1 ring great to the right. Maybe. See if I can get up there on the top. Give myself a look at it. Using the wind. I found on this particular hole that's the best way. So like we're playing Tour 6 and we're going to end up with some of these other holes from some of these other tours. If you're playing that hole right there and you're trying to win chests, if you bring out a Titan, you can bring out a lower ball, but if you've got a level of Titans, just go out there and do that max overpower shot right there. It's right up against the transitional line on the left-hand side between the rough and the fairway. If you've got, it obviously works better if you've got a tailwind or some kind of side wind. That was like 70 rings straight to the right. Outside the hole. That'll give you your best chance. If you have a bag, if you have multiple bags, if you're not in a clan that has multiple bags, if you're not in a clan, I never can understand why people are not in clans. Even if you're in a clan and you don't even talk, you don't do anything. I mean, any clan out there, if you've got more than one bag, I mean, having more than one bag is big. But if you're in a clan and has more than one bag, having your bag set up where you've got your secondary clubs can change. Like if you can have that extra mile in the big dog for those holes, and you can have that big topper in the big dog. You can always join the Kings of Golf clan. You friend me on Facebook at 77 Jackson and get in contact with me. Or anybody else that's in the clan, anybody that's in the chat. Come on, dude. You're in the Champions Tour. Come on. I think that those clans that got up there at the very beginning, that worked themselves up at the very beginning and have got themselves up to Masters 2, and they're bouncing back and forth. That's why you can look in the C100 and you see the clans down at the bottom, they have nobody in them. Because that clan has multiple clans, and they move all the people up to one of their other clans to keep it in there, and then they can bounce back and forth between, and then they'll go down in Masters 2, and then they'll bounce back up to the C100, and they'll do the deal so that they can stay up in there. If you're already in that cycle, but if you're not in that cycle and you're trying to work your way up there, you're going to have to grind really hard to get up. My anticipation is that on Sunday, I think it's this Sunday when the new season starts, I think that we're going to see Masters 3 so that they're going to finally fill up the divisional brackets. I'm going to be really surprised if today at 5 o'clock or whenever the season stuff comes out, if we don't see something. And I really want to bring a bigger, on those par 3s, I'm going to bring a Nav. Yeah, I'm going to bring a Quasar. I want to switch that out. I want to switch that out. I'm going to switch that out for my number 1 bag. I'm trying to anticipate if we can get to a shootout here that we're going to end up being on one of the new holes. Oh. I guess if I focused a little bit more, I could probably hit more perfects. But I'm going to be in the sand. And this is good though, because I want to practice these sand shots, because yesterday I went to bed last night, my wife went, "How did it go?" And I was like, I was thoroughly bummed about the way that the Nirvana and the Spitfire responded yesterday, because it was like the ball guide was non-existent. Like I was watching the ball guide, I was taking the shot like I normally would, and then I was 15 yards short. And the sniper shot that I took yesterday, where I was 9.53 yards off on a perfect shot, that was a little bit discouraging as well. But I haven't had that happen today. It's been pretty good. Thanks, Ronnie. I will stream more and more as time goes by. It's a new deal. I promised everybody when I got to 1,000 subscribers I'd start streaming. I'm not fully set up for it, so I probably look like I'm an amateur streaming, but I've started the process and it'll get better and better. I think it'll be like my normal videos. I started off, if you watch, because the very first videos I ever shot are still up. I never took them off. So if you go into my AAA guides and strategies, some of those videos that are on there, the first videos that are on there are the first videos that I shot. And .62, am I at max club? Where the hell am I? There's Max. I'm pretty close to Max. There's a huge variance there. Like 2 rings straight to the right. At least today I'm getting the run out on the ball. The ball is running out so the distance is right, because yesterday the distance wasn't. Now I will say that I was hitting against big headwinds yesterday, but I've never seen big headwind lay the ball down like those did yesterday. You don't think a Masters 3 is coming this season, Des? It's been 2 years. It's been, next month will be 2 years since they started the clan deal. And I really think that they haven't done any clan stuff as far as like divisional competitions where like we're competing against the people that are like, it's not just like our results, but like we can compete against the people that are in our clan bracket. They haven't done nothing with the clans. I mean, if you think about it, like if you've played a lot of other games, you can do clan donate, you can do alliance donations and all of this different stuff, all this interaction that you can do with your clan mates or your alliance mates or your teammates in other games. We have zero. We have this crappy little chat. That's it. There's zero other stuff that they've done in it. They've wasted 2 years with these clans. And I'm sure that they've done that because they were trying to get the full divisional brackets up. And if they don't open up, I mean, how much longer are we going to have to wait before they do something with the clans? I just, come on. The game has been pretty stagnant for the last 2 years. I mean, they have done nothing but sit on their hands. And when they have done changes, it's like they did some change. Like, I will say, the club card trading and the new club stuff, it wasn't the way that I would have done it. I would have done it so that the club cards counted for what they actually were. And it wouldn't have broke the game, because the people at the top have maxed out clubs. People want to bitch about clubs now. Hey, don't bitch at me, bitch at Playdemic. They're the ones that gave me the clubs that I have, not the other way around. There's 5, 6, 9. I don't think this is going to work out good. I think I should have did the 20% wind adjustment. And I hit it great to the right. It's definitely not going to work out good. Because the club card trading changed the whole deal for my bag. I mean, I had maxed out commons before, and I had some of the old level 8 maxed out rares. My extra mile was maxed out because I worked my butt off to get it maxed out. But I was perfectly content if Playdemic would have sent out a notice and said, hey, we didn't think that it was going to get like this when we started the game, and all those extra club cards you have, they're worthless. I would have been okay with that. But they came out with the whole club card trading and gave us the value for them and and raised the levels up. So newer people to the game, they're like, well, you guys just have, hey, you know how much time we've spent playing this game and how much, and so that's what we get. We've opened up a lot of chests. And Playdemic is the one that did it, so don't blame me. I know the people that are in my weekend brackets when I play tournaments, they're all on the same level as me. So I'm playing against the same people. There are, when you're playing in the expert brackets, a group down at the bottom that have worked themselves up, and that's your fault. So if you go in and you buy into the hype and you work yourself as fast as you can to masters, if you're an experienced player, you've been playing for a long time and you already understand how the game works, and you're working yourself up there, why are you working yourself up there so fast? You're working yourself up there so fast so that you can get better clubs in those chests, so you can work on your clubs to get your clubs better faster. But if you're a new player and you bought into the hype and you work yourselves to masters so that you can get better chests and you can get better divisional prizes, then you're working yourself up to playing against nothing but masters. And guess what? You're playing against masters now. I mean, that's how it works. It does still seem to be working the same, Rob. What hole are we playing? I haven't been on this hole before. This hole might be one of those Power 5 balls where you can get that bounce together and do a rough bump right off of that. Let's see if we can do the overpower and get a rough bump to go off of that. There's one. See if we can get a second bounce, third bounce rough bump. Oh, not on it good. But I hit that perfect, maybe. That might be one of those ones where you bring in a Power 5 ball just so that you can get, you won't have to do so much overpower on it. This is the deal about these cigarettes that I smoke, is you guys hear me light up a lot, but my cigarette, if I talk for a second and I don't do anything with it, it puts itself out. So I have to light these things like 3 or 4 or 5 times in order to finish one. I'm not sitting here just chain smoking. Getting good? Yeah, Terry, there's a lot of players out there that I think that if they did for a day, they gave every single player in the game for one day a maxed out set of clubs. I think that there's a lot of players that it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if you had a maxed out set of clubs or if you had a beginner set of clubs. You're still, if you don't understand and you're not a student of the game, you're still not going to have the success that you're looking for. It must be a minimum club. That's 2 per ring, and I'm way the hell downhill, so I'm going to do a 1 ring pull and a little. Hit me perfect. Almost in the hole. So the wind rings do seem to be working like they did before. That is so encouraging. I am like, whew. Because if I had to relearn how to do all that stuff, that means you could take every video that I have out there and you could throw it away. And I've got like 3,100, 3,700 videos up. Individual holes. Good holes, bad holes. I would be really, really pissed off. No, I would be really, 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 really pissed off. How much money do I spend? I don't spend very much money at all. I mean, I buy some packs. I'm very selective about packs. I'm very selective about balls. Like those rose balls. Like I don't buy big packs very often, but like if the next time a Power 5, like those, the next time snow globes come out, I've only got 2 snow globes left. I'll probably buy like a $35 pack. Because like, and I don't use those balls very often and they'll last me like a year. Last year, my accountant said I spent $175 playing Golf Clash. Now I do the Google Opinion Rewards, and that gives me about $5 a month. So there's another $60 on there. So I spent like $230. So like $10 a month. And I bought very few. Like I bought a few packs here and there, but it's not. I don't buy a lot of balls, and I'm real selective about the balls that I buy. The ones that are becoming more important to buy are the low wind balls, because there's some of the par 3s. Now, there's some of the par 3s out there that they're not stupid. They're a ball manufacturer. They're going to set stuff up so that we have to, so that if you have this ball, you have an advantage. And that's really, if I was a ball manufacturer, I'd do it the same way. I can think of some of the holes. There was a hole in one of the tournaments here, just like this year in the last 4 or 5 months, that we were doing a rough bump. And we needed a low wind ball because because of where we were at, if you had that low wind ball, you could get to the right spot, and you needed a 3 side spin ball. And so like some of the low wind balls are super important. And having some snow globes, some Power 5 zero wind balls is also important to have a few of those in your bag. I mean, Power 5 balls are important. I mean, of all the balls that I have in my bag, I've probably got the biggest selection of them are Power 5 balls. But low wind balls are super important. In this last tournament, those Olympus balls, hole number 1 and hole number 4 in the last tournament, in the Liberty tournament, the low wind 1 power 3 side spin balls were super important. And my teammate Mike bought me some, and I used a bunch of them. I think I used 15 of them in one tournament, because I was using them on all 3 of the par 3s. But I will say that I don't waste any of those balls in one-on-one play at all. The only time I bring them out is for tournament holes, and I'm very selective. There's 5, 6, 4. I'm very selective about, like, in practice rounds. There's a lot of times with the low wind balls, I'll use a regular ball, I'll use a Nirvana, or I'll use a Quasar, or I'll use a Marlin in the practice rounds and in the qualifying, and maybe even in the opening round, and I won't pull out the low wind ball that takes its place until the weekend round, so that I can get, like, so if you buy a $5 pack and you get 5 of them or 10 of them, and you only use them in the weekend round, that means that you can use them on 10 holes, or excuse me, you can use them on 5 holes, or 5 rounds, 5 weekend rounds. Whereas if you use it in every round, you're only going to get 2 tournaments, as opposed to you could use them in 5 tournaments and go through the deal. So you kind of got to suck it up during the qualifying round and the opening round, and then use them in the weekend rounds to kind of better your odds. But sometimes the only way you can get that shot done is by having a Power 1 3 side spin ball, and it's the low wind ball that you have, and you can't do it with a Quasar. Quasar won't give you the same look. So now what happens is in the weekend round, you're doing a totally different shot that you haven't practiced all week, and the low wind ball its benefit is going to be negligible. And when you need Power 4 or Power 5 balls, you pretty much need Power 4 or Power 5 balls. I mean, those balls, they are like, if you buy a $5 pack and you get 10 of them, that's only going to help you out on 2 different holes. You little rat bastard. Have I hit any perfects at all today? Maybe. Yeah, those snow globes are a rarity, guys. And when they come out, I mean, like, literally, like hole number 3 in the Liberty tournament, the deal there is, if you had a snow globe, even if you had an extra mile 8 and stuff, if you have a snow globe, when you need a snow globe, you need a snow globe. I mean, you need a 0 Power 5 or a 5 power 0 wind ball. And so, like, when the snow globes come out, and they don't come out all the time, like, that's a ball that's worth having. Sometimes with, like, the Power 3 low wind balls, I mean, they're nice to have. It'd be nice to have some of them, but I'm, you know, like dollar wise, thinking about what I would spend my money on, there are some balls that I could live without. They would be nice to have in your bag, and if you have them, it could give you an advantage. But there are some balls that are, like, you know, it's absolutely the difference between being able to make that shot and not make that shot. And they're getting smart, though, because they're making the wind balls, the low wind balls on some of these par 3s. they're making those par threes, they're setting the wind up at such an angle that they're really starting to get smart about, if you've got a low wind ball here, you don't have to pull over the sand. But if you've got a normal ball and you have to pull over the sand messes with your shot adjustment, and it affects your ball flight. And so if you don't have the low wind ball, you're pretty much screwed, especially on some of these rough bumps. And if I was them, I'd do the same thing. I would be sitting there trying to work out, like what would be the best wind angle so that we can encourage them to have one of these balls. Or they could use up their inventory, so the next time we offer it, everybody's going to want it because they're going to remember that hole that they just played, that they used the ball. Yeah, Ronnie, and the deal is that I've got, if I look at my analytics, I've got like 45% of my viewers in the United States, but I know that most of my viewers in the United States are in Central Time or East Coast Time. I'm not sure how many West Coasters. I know I've got some West Coasters, Josh down in California, and I've got a couple people on the West Coast, but I've got a lot of viewers, like 19% of my viewers are from England, and they're like 8 hours ahead. And then Dez is in New Zealand, so I have no idea. He's in a totally different day. Dez already watched this video because he's a day ahead, so he already knows everything that's going to happen. We call him to find out who won fights because he knows a day ahead. And so trying to get on during the day when I've got an opportunity for a lot of viewers to be on, and the people that watch my channel. Thank you all for watching my channel. It absolutely blows me away that I have as many people watch the channel and follow what's going on and stuff. And I really, really, really appreciate all of your guys and gals watching the channel and watching me go through all this stuff and try and figure it out. It's amazing to me. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, see, Des, you already know what happened in the workday on Friday. So Des has been super busy at work. It's like a lot of companies and a lot of people around the world with the coronavirus. Companies are going back to work, and depending on what country you live in, people are shorthanded, and so the people that are there are having to work extra hard. In the United States, we just can't. It's a crazy deal here, it's a crazy deal. Everything's been politicized in the United States instead of just like thinking about national safety, health for everybody out there. It's super simple. We wasted 2 months in this country. All we had to do was go through those 2 months and stay on the page and come out with an agenda, and everybody stick to the agenda, and we would be where a lot of other countries are. We would be on the good side of it going down, and we would be able to just get back to our deal. But we just can't seem to do that. Okay, so it's 2.8. That's about 2.8 right there. Now let's see if I can hit it perfect this time. Nope. Well, at least I hit it great. I hit it 2 rings good last time. I may not catch it. I'm going to hit that perfect. I should have brought out a Power 5 ball. I should have wasted a Power 5 ball right there. I should have brought out a Berserker to see what they'll look like with a Berserker. If I get this hole again, I promise I will bring out a Power 5 ball. So your landing zone with the overpower is in right there. So that means that my landing zone would be right here. And I would say that with a APOC, for instance, you might be able, this sand trap is so big here that your only choice is to go up on the high side. And you'd have a chip from over here on the high side, but to really try and get on a 1, I think we're going to have to do the straight forward shot. And I think with the Power 5 ball, though, with an extra mile 8, extra mile 9, we could do that bounce over. With a 6 or a 7, we're probably going to have to do some overpower. Thanks, Doug. Still got 25 people watching. That's amazing. Yeah, the tournament doesn't start till Monday, Terry, so everybody will be in super hangover mode. So everybody might qualify on Monday. I don't know if I can do. I don't know if there's enough. I don't have enough topspin to do a rough bump from here. I do. Where am I at in my club? There's max. There's mid. I'm eking in the mid area, so I'm about 4 per ring. So that means that half a ring would be 2-ish. Oh. That could have been worse. I'm not sure how I could have did that worse, but it could have been worse. Trying to bounce it off. Being on the Pacific Northwest, I know that there's a bunch of people that play on the West Coast. I see a lot of clans, Oregon Duck clans, clans from Washington, but I'm not sure how many people watch my channel are actually from the West Coast. I know that there's a few. And I've FaceTimed with Kevin and Mike and Kyle, and Scooby and I played another game for 5 years. And I actually went and stayed at Scooby's house. He lives in Pennsylvania. I went and visited my sister a couple of years ago, earlier in the year from when she died. And I drove up to upstate Pennsylvania and stayed with Scooby for a couple days. In the hole. Recovered. I live in Oregon, Terry. I live in Salem, Oregon, about 60 miles south of Portland. Right in the middle, we're dead center in the middle of the Willamette Valley. So we got the Cascade Ranges to the east of us and the Coastal Ranges to the west of us. I'm an hour from Portland. I'm an hour from the coast. I'm an hour from the High Cascades. From my house, we can see Mount Jefferson, Mount Hood, Mount Adams, Mount St. Helens, and the Oregon Capitol Building. And so we got these big volcanoes on one side. The coastal range is very subtropical. It's like walking. It's these big trees walking, and there's so much underbrush and so much stuff underneath of it. It's you really. I've gone hunting in there, and you shoot something in there, and it takes forever to get it out, because you got to cut a path to get to it. And the Oregon coast is really pretty. My family has a house over in Lincoln City, and we go over there. We would be over there this weekend, but we rented it out this weekend. All right, I think this might be the first time I'm on this hole. Sniper, where am I at in my club? This was a 3 power ball, so there's max. There's min, or excuse me, there's max. So if you brought a 4 power ball on this, you could probably do a rough bump. As weird as that sounds, bringing out a 4 power ball on a par 3 so that you can do a rough bump. I think I was on this hole yesterday, and this is the hole that I hit perfect. 6-5. And was 9.53 yards off. Maybe. We'll see. I hit it perfect again. Let's see if I'm 9.53 yards off. Yep. what is the deal with that hole? Yesterday the wind was blowing in the opposite direction and I was off on the other side. Now that's what I'm saying right there is if I would have did it, when you scroll down in on your ring set, if you can't get close to them, you know you're way downhill. And so usually when I can't get even close to them, I do a 30% wind adjustment. I could get pretty close to my rings there. So like just like off the top of my head, that looked like maybe a 10 to 20% elevation adjustment. Let's just say it was 30. And that was a pretty round, like around 7 wind. So a 30% wind adjustment would have been 2.1 rings. And I hit it perfect. So I would have been 2.1 rings off. And I was 7 yards off. So, I mean, that hole right there is the hole yesterday that was like, what in the hell is going on? There is a brand of cigarettes called Salem's. I think they mainly make menthols. And I think that's from Salem, Massachusetts. I think they're back east. Salem's a pretty quiet little town. It's where the state capital is, so there's a lot of, it's a pretty quiet, laid back. Eugene's an hour south of me, so if you want to go to a college town and you want to do the whole college thing, Eugene's down there. Corvallis, which is halfway between my house and Eugene, is where the University of Oregon's at. That's where the Beavers are at. Portland's a really killer town. Portland's really pretty. Great skyline, very clean. A lot of good stuff going on in Portland. There's a lot of really good, there's a lot of cool stuff. There's a lot of warehouse districts, and they've expanded out. There's more of the village atmosphere in a lot of places in Portland. It's becoming more like the East Coast. Like on the East Coast, my first experience on the East Coast, I was in Jersey, and I loved delis. And one of the things I liked about being out there is that you could type in deli and you were never more than a block and a half away from a deli. Although I can tell you though, as a person that goes to a normal grocery store, there's no way in hell that I would have bought, like walking into a lot of those delis that were in the East Coast and looking at their meat deal. It's one thing to buy deli sandwiches from them, but like the meat, like their raw meat that they had, I don't know. I gotta give it to all you people from the East Coast that buy meat at those delis. Not against the 7-2 headwind. Not a chance in hell. Seeing what our options are here. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 2. Isn't it perfect? Snapping it off. See if I can lay it up out here so that we can see what our shot looks like from over here, if we had to lay it up over here. I think more than likely we'd have a tailwind on that hole, and we could probably bring out a 3 with max overpower or a 5 with less or no overpower, and try and start off on this side so that we could run our ball up into this area. And if we could run our ball up into that area, we'd have a pretty short shot. Is this a par 5? This feels like a par 5, so I mean that might be our best Alvey luck. There is some risk going at that. No. And a lot of these holes, when I first start playing them, I don't do any elevation adjustments. I just go out there and literally just try and play the hole with numbers, and then I go back normally and watch the videos. Yeah, so I mean this is a par 5, so if we're going to try and get on a 1, we're going to have to get over to this side. Now we could bounce from here and try and use this fairway. We look at our distance, but that's a pretty long shot from there, and that's big dog range for damn sure. So I'm going to come in like this. I'm gonna take the wind out, the side wind out. There's 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I'm gonna push the power back in. And then I'm gonna put a little bit of curl on it and see if I can get it off in time. Try and run it up there and give myself as short a chip as possible without doing any overpower. This has got to be a par 5. Is this a par 5? It's got to be. So I mean, I think if we could get over, because we'd pretty much be able to land where my opponent is right now if we brought out a bigger power ball and tried to pound it over there. I think we're going to have to contend with this tree that there's going to be a distance where you either want to hit farther forward or you want to hit shorter back so that that tree's not in your way. If the tree's in your way, it looks like you might have a great little rough bump. Like if you were on the back side of that tree, you might have a rough bump coming in here, and that might actually be the spot. It might be one of those situations where we're trying to go as far forward as we can, but you could be too far forward, and so you really have to pick your spot so that you could set yourself up for that rough bump. I don't know that I've been on hole number 9. I haven't really actually been paying attention to what holes we've been playing. I've just been out playing kind of intuitively and just like seeing what's happening. I'm going to do a normal shot here. So it's 1.3. Now we're way downhill, so let's do 20%. So that would be 7, let's see, 8. There's 3, so there's 5, 6, 7, 8. Getting it perfect. In the hole! That was with a 20% wind adjustment, but I'm not sure if I got that right because I did the math really quick in my head and I had like a half a second to figure it out. And I didn't have my calculator up. So I think that was 6.7 wind times 1.2 equals divided by 1.3. Now it should have been 6.18 rings, and I don't think I moved it that much. Is that right? I'll have to go back and watch that and like look at what I did there, because I don't think I moved it that many rings. I think I only moved it 5, and I should have moved it 6.18 if it was a 20% wind adjustment. So let's see, let me do the math here real quick. 6.7 divided by 1.3. So if I did no wind adjustment, it would have been 5.15 rings, and that was about what I moved it. Working my way up into the promotion zone. I'm cycling through some chests though. That's good news. Let's open up a couple slots just in case somebody wants to replay. Probably I should have opened up that other one so I could start working on that platinum chest. And what I found about platinum chests is that they have just as bad a shed as the other chests. You just have to open up a ton of chests in order to get your club cards worked up. I've never opened a chest and went, wow, I got everything I needed. Yeah, I think on some of these holes, like, I need to go through my ball inventory and find the ball, like a power 4 ball and a power 5 ball that I have some that I'm willing to like burn, so when I get on those holes I can practice with a power 4 or a power 5, because I've recognized at least one of the par 4s, 2 of the par 4s that I think a power 5 ball will work on. I should pull out just a berserker and just go out there and see what it would look like with a power 5 just to try and get it right. Because I think at least one of those par 4s that I've seen, I think we can get on one, and I think there's 2 of them. I think there's one that we're hitting through the trees that we're trying to bounce. We're doing like a double bounce rough bump. And then there was another one going around the tree that I think we can get up there and get on in one. Yeah, and I think I think the deal there is, Des, that you could actually overhit that shot and get yourself out of that zone. So it might be one of those situations where there is a great rough bump, but you've got to, it's not necessarily undershoot it, but you've got to make sure that when you set the shot up, you're thinking more about where you want to end up as far as place, as opposed to just trying to pound the ball out there. Like right there where I'm just like pounding the ball out there. I see that on a lot of holes, and it's one of the things that when the game first came out and Greenock Point came out, up to that point, it was pretty much you try and put the ball as far as you can out there, and the farther you could get out, the better you were in your club. But when Greenock Point came out, that was the first course that really focused on position, and that being 10 yards further forward than where you were at put you in a bad position, and being 10 yards further back put you in a bad position, that there was a spot. And if you hit in that spot, you were in the right spot. And so it really, and I like it when I play courses like that, because now they've done that in some other courses where people will go out there and they'll pound the ball out there, and then I just lay it up. And I know that they're thinking, why did you lay it up when I pounded it out there? Because now I'm in a better spot for the second shot than you are, even though you pounded it out there. And I can see this course being like that because of all of the trees and all the shit that's going on with it, that there's going to be spots that are going to be better, and you didn't have to hit it as far out there. This hole right here, this rough right here is a freaking magnet. Seven, 6. I'm gonna do 83. So there's 5, 6, 7, 8, 3. Hitting it perfect. El perfecto. Close. What's a junglist? I will say this, that when I first started playing the game, there are certain clubs that you go up with, and the deal is that when you first start playing, like when I first started playing, we didn't know what all the clubs were. So there were some clubs that, like, when I finally got to 2, I upgraded clubs as we went along, but we knew that certain clubs got better, and that they were clubs that we were using on a regular basis. So that, like, clubs, and you only had one bag, so you couldn't have multiple bags, and you had specialty bags and all that crap. And so the clubs that we were using on a regular basis, we upgraded on a regular basis. But there was a lot of clubs that were expensive, and when you're broke and you have a few coins when you first start playing, you're not going to invest the coin in some of those epics. And so I didn't really invest in my clubs and like upgrade all of them until I got to 2 million coins. When I got to 2 million coins, I went through and I upgraded every club in my bag. It cost me 1 million coins. That's how far behind I was. But the clubs that I used on a regular basis, my Saturn, my Extra Mile, my Guardian, my Sniper, you know, those clubs I had up to snuff. And so by the time I did that, I'd already had good enough clubs that I never went back and really explored some of the other clubs. And then when they did the club card buff, and they buffed a bunch of clubs, and then the club card trading came out, I'm going to do the shot over here since my opponent tanked that. I'm trying to remember how to do this shot again. When the club card trading came out, and I started my 99 account, I went back and really kind of, because it's such low level stuff, I went back and looked at my clubs, and I rediscovered clubs that I didn't even realize were out there, like the Kingfisher, and some of those clubs that when they're lower level, those are awesome clubs. and I never really realized that they were awesome clubs, and didn't get it, like when I first started, didn't get the whole like why accuracy is so much better, and why I didn't, was still like working the rings, and didn't, I was working it, so I had a method, but it didn't, like the full picture like didn't dawn on me. But the Junglist was a turd then, and I think it's probably still a turd now. There's some of the clubs that they are like literally, like they went through the Grizzly. The Grizzly was a club that they buffed because it was a Tour 6 rare, and it was basically useless. I mean, it was just taking up club cards. But they buffed some of these clubs, and they gave them just enough that they're now like totally usable. Like I never thought I would ever use the word Grim Reaper in my bag, but the Grim Reaper's got some great stuff. Kingfisher, great stuff. Firefly, I used the Firefly going up. That was the one epic that I used going up. I really went Firefly, Rapier. I never used any of the rest of those clubs. What is a Junglist? Must be down here somewhere. Do I even have a Junglist in my bag? I do have a Junglist in my bag. So versus a Nirvana, so it gets 123. I suppose as you go up, there may be a level where it's like a better than what, I'm not sure, but I've been wanting to get my off-roader, my teammate Mike D, like the off-roader when it gets to like level 7 or level 8, which is going to be like forever from now, is like the club to have. It's got as much distance as a Nirvana, it's got 100% accuracy, it's got more topspin, it's got more backspin, and its ball guide becomes like one of the best ball guides in the game. It's got like 4.6 or 4.7 ball guide. It'll take forever to get it there. I mean, it's 400, 500, 600, 650 cards away. So like I'll be like 92 years old and go, yeah, I got my off-roader. But I have been working on it anytime it comes up in the store. There's some of these clubs though that they could take completely out of my bag and it would save me space. The Down and Oner. I mean, look at the Down and Oner. Okay, awesome club, except for that ball guide, and that ball guide's never getting any better. Never gonna get any better. I never used the Junglist. There's a bunch of these clubs that I actually never have used. In my drivers, I've used all those drivers. I know, like in my odd account, I have a Thor's Hammer 5. I had a Thor's Hammer 5 when I went to level 10. And I bought it like the day I went to level 10, the Thor's Hammer showed up in the store, and I got on the old forum and I was like, hey, my Thor's Hammer's in there and I'm 12 cards short. Is it worth upgrading? And at that time, it was definitely a good club to have in Tour 10. And it's the one club that I bought epic cards for. Occasionally, like in my auto account, I would buy like one Hammerhead every time it would show up in the store because it was not making any progression. But I did spend like 2,300 gems that day, and I took my Thor's Hammer from level 4 to level 5. I don't like the Thor's Hammer because I like the Thor's Hammer. It's got backspin. It's got a lot of stuff. But the thing about the Thor's Hammer is that I like curl. And the Thor's Hammer is like going back to an old extra mile. It doesn't have a lot of curl. And I do a lot of curl on a lot of shots with my drive. And the one card that I was like, they said, hey, you can only pick one driver. Now, obviously, if you have maybe a maxed out Apocalypse, but like if they looked at my bag and said you can only pick out one driver, ooh, that rock is tough, man. Because that, when it gets up there, I did get my big topper up to level 7 in this last tournament, and because it's a Tour 3 club and you play in tournaments, you're going to get a lot of cards for it. And it picked up the mid distance. It is where the rock used to be before the club card trading came out. And so it's got that mid distance between the quarterback and the extra mile group into the 230s. It's got that mid distance, and with the 100% topspin, great ball guide. It picked up some accuracy at level 7, and now it hits pretty much just like a extra mile. It's 2 per ring. It's a great club. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do with that big topper, walking it around corners because it has so much curl. Hole 6. Yeah, it is something that the rioters throw at the cops. It's the Junglist. That and the Down and One. Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Robert. We do have great clan mates. Is this the hole? This is the hole. I'm gonna bring out a power 5 ball. We got some good wind here. I want to see where the red line bounce is. I don't even care if I time out here. I just want to see where the red line bounce is if I put all the topspin on it. Oh my gosh, look at that. No OP. Is the third bounce in the rough? I almost need to pull back just a little bit. I'm going to try that. No, I didn't take the wind out, so it's going to push me off a ring to the left, but I want to see if I can get so I'm not taking the wind out threw me off just enough that I missed that, but I'm just wondering if you could do that shot, and you could see where I pulled back a little and it changed on the other end. As I was pulling it back, it made it so that the bounce was higher and higher, and it actually wasn't giving me the rough bump look that I wanted. But I think that we could set that shot up and figure out how much topspin. It might be like 1 instead of doing max topspin and then trying to pull it back. It might be max topspin minus 1. So like with a level 8 extra mile, it might be just max topspin. And it may be one of those things that with an extra mile 8 and extra mile 9, you could get it done. But if you have an extra mile 6 or a 7, you'll still have to use a bit of overpower, but you wouldn't have to do a max overpower shot. And we could be on in 1 with a power 5 ball. And that's definitely something that we can work out right there. Yeah, I mean, there are some of these holes, and I think the deal is that what I did right there, I think you could get done with an extra mile 8. I'm going to say that ball is going to roll out a little bit more than it looks like, because it looks like it's downhill. And it's 700 ring straight to the right. And it did roll downhill. It rolled out a little more than it looked like it was going to. Yeah. I think there was one of those other par 4s that we were on, Des, that looked like it was a hole that we could definitely get up and 1 on the par 4s. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm going to leave it up to you guys to figure out what to do on these par 3s, and I'll just have to follow your lead on these par 3s. But these par 4s, I mean, I think there's 2 of them, and I'm not sure that I've gotten all 3 of the par 4s. I haven't really been paying attention. I've just been like organically playing them. But it looks like at least 2 of them are definitely on and winnable. Even if you've got an extra mile 6 or a 7, you're just going to have to do some OP. But it looks like we've got some serious chances on a couple of these holes. It looks like the par 3s are a lot where the green is down here. And when you're coming in, you're like this. So you're coming in on the downhill where you're engaging the course in this area right here where the ball guide's wanting to flatten out and give you the tail. And then if you want to get close enough to the hole to avoid that, you have to do a bunch of backspin. But you're closer to the hole so that you've got more drop and elevation. So I think some of these par 3s coming into them are going to be a little bit tricky, at least just like first impressions of how it looks like you're coming into them. And that one par 3 for sure is an extra mile, and if you wanted to go over, it's a sniper, and it seemed like on that hole both times I played it, I've been way the hell off on a perfect shot. So there's some weird stuff going on there. And if I can't get that worked out, I'm going to bring a rocket and I'm going to stick it to the cup and just go get my birdie and get the hell out of there. Thanks, Michael. All I really hope that my stuff is like, I try and think about this stuff logically, you know, like, I mean, and I may be wrong on stuff or you're looking at it the wrong way, but I always try and think logically on the stuff, like how does this work, and try and be, you know, it's got to make sense. I'm doing a 50% wind adjustment, so that's 4, so that's going to be a 12 wind. There's 5, 10, 11, 12, somewhere in that neighborhood. And let's see if it works with a tailwind. I think of myself as just being just like a normal, like, and I'm just trying to, I've really, streaming and shooting the videos has helped me probably more than it's helped anybody else, because I mean, you have to think a little bit, you got to think a little bit more about how it works, and it's got to make sense. I try not to talk about stuff that I don't know that much about. And sometimes I'll talk about something, and just in the process of trying to explain what my thought process is, it dawns on me like, wow, that makes total sense. Oh, tour 6. With my magical pen, that's it. I think of myself more as the coach. You know, like I'm like Bill Russell, I'm a coach and I still play. And so I have some success out on the course, but more of like, you know, and I can tell you, I used to do the eNASCAR. So I played it before the year, for 2 years before eNASCAR came out, and I bought a team at a 4-car stable. It was actually about a year and a half, the last year and a half. And so the other 3 drivers that I had, like, my motto was, my sponsor pays me to win races. And so my sponsor pays me to win races. I don't get paid. Like, one of the guys that was on my team, Randy Smith, he won 3 championships in a row, and we paid him to win championships. That was the whole deal. Randy had great sponsors. I was able to go out and get people that actually gave money to us and sponsored him. And his job was to win championships. He didn't win a lot of races, but he won a lot of championships. And my deal is that I won 9 races one year, and my sponsor pays me to win races. And so when I was talking with my teammates doing stuff, it was always like a coach. And I will go over to Randy's house. The last time I was over there, we were talking about strategy and talking about, you know, on some of these courses, and like these courses that he's driving, and talking about strategy. And really it was just like me being the coach again. And really kind of helping my teammates try and get better at the game. That's gonna hit the rough on the other side. Maybe. Because all 3 of the people that raced with me were really good racers, and they all had their. We had a guy from South Carolina. He was really good on short tracks and mid tracks and stuff. And so it was always good. Like, we would go out there, and it didn't really matter to me. I loved every course that we raced on. And so just like talking strategy with him and doing the thing and thinking critically about it, and being like the crew chief and really kind of thinking about it. It's more of like the coach deal. So hopefully I'm helping all of you out. Hopefully. Desmond, you guys are so freaking good, man. I am like, Desmond and them can win tournaments every freaking tournament. They're just that good. Every tournament. I give them my all every tournament, but I don't win every tournament. I've had some tournaments I didn't win that were heartbreakers. It's like, oh. I'm gonna do a rough bump here. See if I can get it right. That should be close. Whether it gets out of the rough on the other side is going to be a whole nother story. Here we go. Perfect. What's up, baby? Out of the bath. Had a nap. In a dress. Ready to roll. I'm going to stream for a little bit longer and then I'm done for the day. I've been streaming now for like 7 hours. 4 hours. Alright, from this distance right here in the past, wind has not played a factor. Hold on, let me make this shot. I'm going to hedge my bet here because it was a factor earlier today. Hitting it perfect. Let's see if it goes in on the left-hand side of the cup. And it hit the flagpole, so wind was a factor. Where are you going?
The pet store. We're putting them in bigger homes.
You can go, Lester.
I'll go by the grocery store if Mom needs something.
Okay. If you come back, I can go with you. Yep. Okay. Have I been on this hole yet? This might be the first time I've been on this hole. See how it's got this undulation that comes up? These are always tricky. See how the ball guide is running flat on the other side? It's giving the impression it's going to run out. I'm going to do a 10% wind adjustment. I'm going to do a 5. See how that runs out. It's definitely running faster than it looks. And this is, I saw this hole and it looked like there was another one of these par 3s where it drops off a lot on the other side of the flagpole. It's fairly close to that side. And if you overshoot it, you're instantly in the brown stuff. That was a crappy shot for the first time I've been on it. Come on, man. Buster's going to the pet store. He's outgrown his harness. He's on his 3rd harness now, so he's getting bigger. I think he's around 8 pounds now. I think his 9 pounds is about where he's going to end up. Well, he looks like he's about 8 pounds, but he needs a haircut. So he probably weighs about 6.5. When we gave him a haircut last time, he looked like a little kid. He looked like a little butch kid, and he was still in that little funky stage where he was trying to figure out his balance, and so his gait was a little bit weird. He looked like a goofy little, like 8 or 9 year old trying to learn how to run. I'm gonna open up this one and get that platinum just rolling. And I'm going to save that platinum for tonight. Cycling through some chests. Yes, if you play this game, you have to open up lots of chests. And yes, I suppose it could be argued that if you open up lots of chests, you're buying club cards. Yes. The only way you get club cards is opening up chests. It's a vicious cycle. It was all math. When I first started, the first year that I started playing, I very gradually got to the point where I was like, whoa, this is starting to go back to see, okay, if you're going to play Masters, you're going to have to start doing the same exact spending cycle that you were doing when you were playing Clash of Kings. And it's one of the big reasons why I play Rookie, is because I can have a ton of fun playing the game. I can still spend money. We want to make sure that Playdemic stays in business. But I'm not getting caught on that cycle where I'm having to work a whole week of the month just to pay for the game. Let's switch to a Marlin. Yeah, I want to make sure if I get to any of these tournament holes that I have something better. I'm just gonna play with the Titan today. And my opponents can piss off. Hitting it perfect? It's possible to hit it perfect. Wow. I couldn't see the perfect before and I can't see it now, so I guess nothing's changed. Yeah, Nirvana, Robert. That is a big club right there. And you know, the argument, I see this all the time in like Facebook and other social media where people are talking about, well, yeah, but this, your Malibu or your Sniper or your Razor or whatever club, I don't care about trying to get out of the sand and get in, you know, like, well, yeah, that's the best club if you're in the sand to be able to put it in the hole. I don't want to ever be in the sand. The only time I want to be in the rough is when I'm doing a rough bump. And so for me, the whole thing is that when you're in the sand and you're in the rough and you're up close, I feel like I have just as good a shot with my Nirvana and my Spitfire as I would with any other club. But the deal is that when you're in those rough or sand bunkers, the fairway bunkers, there's no comparison to what you can get done with the Spitfire and a Nirvana. I'm at minimum club, so it's 1.1. It's about 1.5, so there's 3, 6, 7, 5. There's 9 and a little. Hitting it perfect. I think I over curled it. I did. I don't end up off that side very often because I don't normally dick around on this hole. I normally just get up there and get my. I normally, if I'm in that spot, I just go up there and get my birdie and move on. When I first started playing, though, I can tell you I was off on that side right there a lot. I tried when I first started playing, trying to go over from the other side, and I found that I just did not like that shot from the other side. I saw Zachary Jones on and won on this one time, though. He went over from the other side. He brought up a Zerker, and I can't remember, and I can't find that video in his playlist. It was a long time ago. He did a max overpower hook shot and was on and won on this. And I think it was a reverse hook. All right, play that way with me. Hitting it perfect. See if I got it right. Get in the hole. In the hole. goes wild. That's what I'm talking about. That'll work. Yeah, never count your coins until you see winner over your name. Let's see if the wind's right here. We can do that. Ah, the wind is right. .9, so there's 2, 1, that leaves me 7, that's about a third. So we got a ring and a third. Put some curl in it. And I hit it, it's not going to even hit the island. I hit it at least 2 rings. 2 rings great to the right. If you can't have fun in this game, what the heck? Yeah, Nirvana is a game changer. I'm not sure if they changed the. You're talking about where the nubs are at inside of that circle. It looks the same. It's actually just going out and just playing and not really thinking about it like I normally do when I'm like just playing and watching TV and just chilling out in the house. It seems like it's playing about right. There's a couple of these holes that it's not. I don't know adjustment wise, like what's going on, why the ball is so far off. Some of the par 3s on these new ones, it seemed like there's that one with the sniper that seems like it's way off every time. Thanks, Robert. Thanks for coming to the channel. Jerking it off. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't. Let me look at it. Let me like literally focus on it here. My opponent's brought an extra mile. I will bring an extra mile. And with this wind, I'm going to just leave that wind in. It'll help out. Max overpower hook. The whole goal here is to get out there to as close to 400 yards as possible. And unlike the last time I was on this hole, hopefully I can make the shot into the cup. Max topspin. Maybe right your ball guide right on that transition. Now if you feel like you can come over one ring, you got plenty of room to the right. And by coming in one ring, that spot right here, this rough that's right here, it gives you a little bit more clearance. And it'll give you the little bit more angle. Like that was a monster shot. That's 400 plus. 432 right there. That's monstrous. And I didn't even look. I just took that shot and didn't even look. I told you I would look and then I didn't even do it. What the hell kind of, what the heck? Nah, some of my American spirits. I don't smoke while I'm working. Like in the off season when I'm not working, I don't work a lot in the winter. I'll smoke in the winter, but I'm usually an all or nothing kind of guy. I'm usually either doing something or I'm not doing it. I don't do like the in-between thing. Like you can take a hit here and there and have a drink here and there. I mean, if I'm doing something, I'm in it to win it. Definitely in the correct landing zone. The goal here is to dribble up onto the green so that I can get a little bit of roll out and roll down towards the cup. That's a monster ass wind. I'm at max club, it's 5 per ring set, so there's 5. There's 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're in that neighborhood. I'm gonna have to put some overpower on it. Oh. What the hell was I doing there? Am I trying to get in the sand all day today? I said at the very beginning of when I started streaming that I wanted to work on my sand and my rough irons all day today, that I really wanted to practice with my sand and my rough irons, because yesterday I was very discouraged on how they were playing, but I didn't mean that I wanted to intentionally hit into the sand all freaking day. That's what happens when you hit a good. Yeah, I did look a little different when I got into the OP. But like right there, just like looking at theirs, it looks the same. But when I got into OP, it did look like it was a little different. Like the ring, the little nubs disappeared. I don't know if they were on there before. That was a great shot. Awesome shot. Nice shot. Nice. Very nice. Gotta keep your fingers crossed. This is all about hitting it perfect. I hit it perfect and it's in the hole. From that distance, I think I should be right off, like right there off the cup. Just a matter of hitting this perfect. So right there it looks like the nubs are the same. But when you go in the OP, it looks a little different. I think it is. And hit it great to the right. Good game. Good game. Let's hit the replay again. Am I down 2-0? Am I down 2? Have I lost 2? Or did I win and lost? I think I'm down 2. They got the jump on me. They got the jump on me because I tanked that shot. Tanked it. Okay, we got a headwind again. I'm bringing a power 5 ball because I think this is the hole that you can actually hit, that Des and I were talking about earlier, that you could actually, if you hit it just right, there's a, I don't even know if I can make it over with a power 5 ball with that headwind. 2, 4, 6, 7, 4. Man, that's a narrow little landing zone down there. You hit 2 rings great to the left. I don't even know if I'm going to make the fairway on the first bounce. So with this tree right here, was it this one? No, I think it was a different hole. I think it was a different hole. Well, maybe it was this one. Let's look at it, because I'm just going to lay it up out there. I'm not going to worry too much about trying to get it up into the right, you know, like moving it forward. I'm going to lay it up out there and see like where we were actually trying to get, like what kind of shot options we have. Yeah, this is only the second time that I've streamed, so So like that would be the area. So like you'd have to come in and do a rough bump on that in order to end up down into this area right here if you wanted to try that rough bump. But let's try it and see what that rough bump looks like. So if you could do if you did a rough bump to get over here, and it may be it looks like if we'd have had a headwind there where I had some forward distance, I would have went on the other side of the hole and came at it, around at it. But in order to get into this area here to do the rough bump, you almost need to do a rough bump right here to end up in the spot to do a rough bump. If we had a tailwind, that might be something that you could do with a regular power 3 ball, because it looks like the power 3 ball will put you in that zone if you do max overpower. It may be one of those things you could do a power 4 ball and you could force the rough bump. Well, let's see what the rough bump looks like from over here. And I brought the wrong club, of course. But we do have a rough bump shot from here. I don't have the right club for it, but typically when you get this jerky movement like that, it's not good. I'm just going to adjust for some wind and take the shot so I can get up there. That would be something we'd have to bring a better club that's got better ball guide, because it comes down that hill and it looks like it's going to run out. But that may be a viable way to go there. I think it might be tricky to get into that first landing zone. You'd have to do a rough bump to get into that landing zone. Otherwise, you're going to roll out, unless you were trying to get maximum distance so that you could get out there and have the angle that my opponent's got right here. You'd have to do a rough bump to lay up. Otherwise, you're going to end up behind that tree. It's an option, maybe. I forgot to switch bags. I want to use that number 1 bag so that I can come in a lot of these holes with a sniper so that you can see what the ball guide looks like on them. Yeah, I think the ball guide's going to be, it's one of those deals over there where you're coming down off that slope and then you got the little hill till you get to the green. And so it may be one of those ones where, like a lot of times when I do rough bumps, I'm 2 rings off the transitional surface, and you may have to work it so that you're like 1 ring off or 3 rings off, and you'll have to find the spot where the ball guide's not as glitchy, because you know how it works when the ball guide gets glitchy like that. Usually when it's appearing and disappearing, the ball ends up short almost every time. But it did roll out pretty good right there. This is why when holes first come out, the scores that we see when holes first come out, the next time that we play these holes, the scores are always, because like we can get stuff like this figured out the first time. But then there's some holes, like, you know, like trying to figure them all out during the course of the week. What were we doing here? We were doing the rough bump here. This is an epic fail hole. This is a hole I epic failed on in the weekend round. $4.9. I'm gonna do 10%. That's 5. That's 5.5. That's my grizzly. That's 5.5. Hitting it perfect. And watch, it'll roll down that hill. This is exactly where I was at in the weekend round on the back 9 and missed this putt. That's exactly the same spot. That's a suck putt because you can't see the cup. same exact deal. Look at that. What's up, Mr. Appleby? Look at you, buddy. Look at, I got Dale Appleby's in the house. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 24 minutes, Dale. I wanted to figure out this new stuff and just wanted to see what was going on, to see whether or not these changes affected the core part of the game or if it's just the perfect thing, and just seeing the deal. It seems like it's just the core part or just the perfect spot, but I'm still confused on how they can change that and not change all the widths of the other rings. A perfect is a 1 degree on either side. A great to the right and left is a 1 degree. I guess a 2-ring great is a 2 degree now. Good games. Good luck. Dinking around and lost 3 in a row. Look at that. I did lose 3 in a row. What kind of crap is that? I'm going to play for maybe 20 more minutes. I'm going to play until it's a 5-hour stream, and then I've got to go get some stuff done. Have I been ignoring you? Have you been in the chat? That's the deal, is now I have more things that I have to pay attention to. I'm sitting here. I'm normally, used to talking and not watching the chat, and I've got it on my laptop in front of me, so it's the chat's over here in the corner, and it's a small chat. I need to be in my office where I've got a big screen over here and I can see the chat and respond to it. So anybody who's in the chat that I haven't said hi to, thank you for being in the chat. Thank you for being on the channel. That's all right, Dale. This is like when I call you and you don't answer your phone, which is like 90% of the time that I call you. Just giving you shit there, buddy. I think we can switch away from that berserker. Well, actually, because of what we're doing, I'm going to switch to a katana. I'm going to switch to this bag right here. Let's take this shot in several different ways. Six. And see if we can get that to stay in the fairway. Since I made every adjustment on there absolutely from minimum memory. Yeah, I am a rookie, Dale. You're right, Kevin. I am a rookie. Dale's an experienced streamer. I'm just a rook. I'm just the new guy that everybody can... I'm like the new guy in the locker that everybody... they've locked me in the locker. They've peed on my stuff. They've done all kinds... They've hazed me. They've done all the stuff. I'm an absolute rook. X club. Going right at the hole, minus 10%. Minus 10, so it's going to be 5-1. Looks like 5-1. Getting it perfect. Get in the hole. Close, close. Well, I'm not sure how it could be any different than any other day in Canada for Dale. I mean, he drinks and smokes every day. So I mean, what could possibly be different? I got to go on Dale's 1,000th stream. Did a 1,000 subscriber stream. He did a stream that day and got to get on there. He got to the end and he forgot to call some people, so some of us called him. See if we can get one of the new par 3 shootouts. I've been trying to finesse those shootouts. I need to bring a backspin club and see what it looks like when you do some backspin on them. How did we not get to a shootout there? How could you possibly tank that hole? I wasn't even paying attention. The guy charges too much. Yeah, I better open up that chest just in case somebody wants to replay. And maybe I can find somebody that wants to replay where I can actually win one. I'm going to play tonight. Once I get done here, I'm going to go mow the lawn and get some stuff done today. Try and get as much stuff done as I can today so that I can chill out this weekend. Make a big dinner. I'm going to barbecue tomorrow. But I'm going to try and play some one-on-one tonight so that I can get some of these holes and shoot a walkthrough. I'm going to try and I'll try and sit down tonight and shoot. Hopefully I can get all of the holes, and now that I've had a little bit of practice on them, hopefully I can do okay on them. Try and put together a walkthrough and a playlist. Oh, I forgot to put curl on it, so that'll end up in the sand. Whew. Close. Brian's turn. That's right. That was a good stream. Playing with pretty balls. I'm just amazed at how many people buy ball packs and then you go out there and then they're immediately playing those ball packs. I remember the first time one of the first conversations I had with my buddy Mike D. We were talking about balls. I did a video on balls, and then he called me afterwards, and he's like, "Dude, you know how many good balls I've wasted just like because I was just like, they're just balls. You're just buying them. You're buying the packs for the jams, and you got these balls, but not really thinking about like how these balls could affect you in tournament play, and like how important like having that particular ball would be in a tournament setting." Six, 4, sniper, 10%, so that's 7, there's 5, 6, 7. Getting it perfect. I was having a hard time with the speed. This hole was just in the last tournament, and I was having a hard time with the speed going up that hill, and that's the way that I like to shoot that shot, is coming up the hill and not over the sand. But I was having a hard time with the speed because in the past it seemed like I was able to get a little bit of a, I don't really like to use the word funnel, but I was definitely getting a better read on my ball guide so that it was wanting to go to the hole. And I think the deal was I wasn't putting enough backspin. The ball guide was lying its ass off. I don't know how she could possibly putt worse than me. I don't know how that is possible. I am definitely not the best putter in the game. And I really do attribute that to the fact that I really did make that decision early on playing, that I was either going to be a really good putter or I was going to be really good at hitting the ball close to the hole, so I didn't have to take long putts. Because in real golf, that's how it works. You can either you know, because you can find yourself 2-putting and 3-putting a lot in real golf. And so the way that you can get around that is hit the ball a lot closer to the hole, so you have a much better shot of you know, making like a 4-yard or a, you know, 4-foot or a 5-foot putt, because you hit the ball closer to the hole. So the whole goal in real golf is to be better at hitting, not just hitting to the green and saying, hey, my target's the green. No, my target's the cup. I want to be as close to the cup as possible, so I have a shorter putt. I took that philosophy in this game, and so, I mean, if you watch my stuff on a regular basis, I'm usually really close. I don't have to take long putts very often. And so some of those putts, and part of it is that some of those putts, like the uphill putts where you can't see the cup, those putts scare the hell out of me. I'm a grown man. And we're at minimum club there. I'm going to try this right at min sniper. Look at where that second bounce is, down in the bottom of that hole. See if it runs out towards the cup. It looks like it's going to drift off to the right just a little. So it's at minimum club. I counted at 1.5 a ring, and it's way downhill. But I'm just going to do a standard adjustment. I'm not going to do any elevation. Hitting it perfect. And let's see how far off we are. These are the kind of shots right here that you can get good reads for the stuff. So number one, it didn't run out. It was kind of telling the truth. It didn't run out like your anticipation would, but it had a great trajectory going to the cup. So that's where you'd put your ball guide. Like I was thinking it was going to run out a little bit more, so I was a little short. And it was on the trajectory there, and I didn't do any elevation. I just did a pure wind adjustment at 1.5 per ring. So like if you're using the app and it says, hey, you got to do a 1.2 per ring, and you do 1.2 with a 3-mile-an-hour wind, you're going to do 2 and some. So you're going to have to make an adjustment in order to get on trajectory to the cup. Whereas my base number is 1.5 per ring, and that number is going right at it. And so depending on what your base numbers, I did a video last week on the math in the game, and that's how the math can throw you off. So look at your minimum sniper, and I was right at minimum club. And like what it counts with a 3-power ball versus what I did right there. And so when I'm playing during the week for my own personal game, I'll take shots like that and I won't do any elevation. Even though it looks like I need to do an elevation, I won't do any elevation. I'll just take the shot with the numbers that I have and see how the ball responds. So if I'd have been way off to the left, the wind was going to the left, so I didn't take out enough wind. If I was way off to the right, I took off too much wind, and I need to take out some wind so that you can get a read on it. So no matter what numbers you're using, whether you're using Golf Clash Notebook, the Caddy app, you're using pen and paper, however you factor your numbers, it's really important when you're playing brand new holes that when you first start off, don't do a lot of elevation stuff. Just go out there and shoot your raw numbers. It's why you should record your own gameplay. Mike says he remembers that conversation. That was the deal. I remember him calling me and he's like, dude, I didn't realize that about the balls. And now he's got a huge collection of balls. He's very selective about using the balls that he has in his bag. But I see a lot of people, they buy those packs and then instantly they're out there and they go through them and then they get on some tournament hole and they're like, well, I had a bunch of those balls at one time. Yeah, and you waste them in Tour 3 or Tour 4 or Tour 5. I've missed some putts, Dale. I missed a putt one day that I literally was like, the ball was on the edge of the cup. I mean, if you spun around to the side, the ball was here and the hole was here. I mean, there was like a gap between, only from the roundness of the ball, the outside edge of the ball was hanging into the cup, and I missed that putt. Not from overpowering it. I pulled back and the cup started to glow, and the second that the cup started to glow, I released, and it just rolled forward about a quarter of a roll and split the difference. And that was the one that taught me that when you're out there playing, that you need to make sure and put your ball guide all the way through make sure that when you pull that out, that the ball guide's all the way through the cup. Five, 9. See if I can lay it up over there. This is a shot that I'm practicing on this hole. There's 3 main ways to go at this hole, and that shot right there with headwind damn near ended up in the sand on the other side. Now I needed to do it 10% from where I was out right there. I've had that happen. I've taken that shot. Now I've been working on that shot whenever I get on this hole, because there's 3 main ways you can go. You can go like my opponent did, where you blast it over. You can go to the left, or you can go in the middle and try and get on the other side of the trees. But I've been trying to do that layup shot like that because I wanted to, because there's sometimes with the wind, I don't like the way the wind's blowing for the middle 2 shots. And I've noticed that every time I get there, I damn near end up in the sand on the other side. I'm not pulling it enough. I think I can get up from there. And I've had lag issues on some putts where I've missed putts that were like in the real world, they would have been like 2-foot putts. The game was counting them as like a 4-yarder, but I've missed several of those. Buster's home. I think I can get up from here. I can. Look at that. I'm not going to get too greedy here. I'm just going to put it up there so that I can take a putt. Hitting it perfect. Now these were the shots yesterday where it wasn't getting any rollout. And at least today the ball with the sand wedge and the rough iron seemed like they're rolling out. But once again, this is with the tailwind. The 2 I did yesterday that discouraged me were with headwind. That hole right there, that's the only way you play that hole. I've been working on that shot from that hole because I think there's times when you need that 4th option. Like the wind's not... Now these are the ones right here that wind is not a factor. But from that distance, that should put it off the hole if wind was a factor. Did Buster get a new harness? He did get an orange harness. And a new leash. Look at you, buddy. Look at you.
I'm a big boy now.
He's a big boy now. Big boy. Here, you want to get on the stream? I want everybody to see you. I want everybody to see you. Look at you. Look at you with your little ears giving me kisses. Yes. Yes. You can leave the door up. All right, I think one more hole after this and I will have put in 5 hours on a stream. Oh my gosh, you guys have had to put up with me for 5 hours. But I will say that I'm encouraged from the 5 hours that I played right here is that I'm gonna keep playing the game. Because when I went to bed last night, I was like, man, so I mean, I'm encouraged by what I saw today, that the stuff is working, or they didn't come out with a brand new game and expect us all to continue to play it. I'm still confused on how they can do the math with the rings. Somebody will have to explain that to me. But I am encouraged by what I saw today as far as, and I'm still practicing this shot. .9 dose, 2 rings. Hitting it perfect. And that's the difference between having a katana and a Titan. With the katana, you don't have to put max curl on it, or you need to set it up so it's about, I've got my blue rings wedged in there. If you're using a katana, you would move it out a little bit to the left and have like half of your clear ring wedged in there so that it makes up for the distance, the drop in distance. Having some of that stuff in your head so that if you're taking that shot from over there, depending on what the wind is, sometimes the wind's not conducive with going on the other side. So like a lot of times you shoot on the right hand side, but I don't like to pull over the sand. So if the wind's blowing from the left to the right, going on the other side and taking that shot right there gives you an option. All right, last hole. Let's go out here and kill it on this last hole, and then I will end the stream. And I want to thank everybody for coming. I'm really happy about starting to stream, and I'm really happy that I've got subscribers that are happy that I'm starting to stream and that I'm not just on here by myself. I was on somebody's stream not too long ago. I went and watched a couple streams and people were on, and there wasn't anybody on their streams. And I'm sure that that's got to be discouraging for them. Like, I'm sure they got people that watch the streams, but it's always nicer when you're on here and you guys get to talk. And I will work harder to be a better streamer as far as like watching the chat and responding to you. I am still the rook. Oh. It's gonna clip the rope right there. I will try and hit perfect better, which isn't gonna happen. Thank you, Infant Cactus. Thank you. But you need to get out more often. Hopefully I can help everybody out with their game. I mean, hopefully I always used to tell people, because I was a trainer for a long time, and I always used to, you know, like, one of the big compliments you can give another trainer is to steal part of their stuff. So like if you went to my class and you saw the stuff, I'd watch 20 other trainers do those classes, and I stole something. I stole the best that I could possibly steal from every one of the trainers that I'd worked with. And 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. And so the whole deal is that, you know, if you can walk away from any class. My nephew and I went and took some training classes, and like, man, this is the boringest thing ever. And I said, well, what did you learn? And he said, well, I learned this. And I said, then the whole class was worth it. If you go to any class like that, and anytime you go to a training class, because if you think about retention, like what you learn from a training class, you have to do, hear, or see something 17 times in order to start to retain it. And so in a training class, you're just getting a bunch of information in a very short period of time, and you don't normally retain that stuff. But if there's one thing that you walk away from that class and you remember for the rest of your life, then that class was awesome. And so hopefully when we do this stuff, I mean, hopefully there's, you know, something that I can help you guys out with. And I try and pound some of that stuff in, because it's like what I said, if you hear it, see it, or do it 17 times. Even Dale bitches at me about the whole 2 rings off of any transitional surface. He was bitching at me the other day when I talked to him. He's like, you were You said on this one hole that you're only going to be 1.5 rings off. You said it's always 2 rings off of any transitional surface, and I can only think of 2 holes where I break that rule. Only 2. And even then, I'm still 1.5 rings off. I'm right at max club, which is 1.3 per ring, with just a touch of backspin on. 1.3, that leaves me 6. That's basically a ring and a half. So I'm going to go a ring and a half. Now that we have a new half ring, I guess I kind of like that. Hit me perfect. See if we can get in the cup. In the hole! Woo! Recovered. Recovered from my piss poor drive. No, Russell's a party colored. He's a Yorkshire Terrier, but Yorkshire Terriers, their traditional color with the brown and the silver. He's what's called a party color, and it's PARTI. And party colors are white and black. And so when he was a pup, he was white and black, and then the black is turning into a brown with black mixed into it. But he's a white and black Yorkshire Terrier, and they're pretty rare. There's a lady up in Washington. She lives right outside. She lives in Bonnie Lake, and she raises Yorkshire Terriers. That's all she raises. They're all indoor dogs. She's got 3 females and 2 males, and one of her females throws party colored. So my wife was on, and that particular litter that he was out of, there was 2 party color ones, a female and a male. And we'd already had a female, and we didn't want to. Our dog Daisy died right before Christmas, and we didn't really want to go back to a female right then. We were both pretty bummed about it. So he's a party-colored Yorkshire Terrier. Yeah, and I'll tell you something about Dale's stuff is like when you're doing one-on-one, especially if you're going up to tours, Dale's like me. He'll take shots and he'll do stuff, and there is a big difference between playing tournament play and being successful in tournaments and playing one-on-one and being successful in one-on-one. It's a different mindset. And so there's a lot of people that are really good one-on-one players, but they don't make the transition to being really good tournament players, and you do have to approach it just a little bit different. Okay, there's Max. There's my man. There's Max. There's man. So I'm right at mid club, which is 1.2 per ring. Only 3 rings off of that. .2, so there's 5, 6. So full ring set 6. 2. I don't like having to pull over that sand. And that may be one of those holes right there that even though you're at mid club, you're using a max ring adjustment. And there's a lot of the newer par 3s that have come out that's exactly how they play, where even though you're at mid club, you're using a max adjustment, and that hole right there might be one of them. But I don't like having to pull over that sand, and I can very easily see Playdemic making it so that on that particular hole we have to make our adjustment where the wind is almost like it was right there where we have to pull over the sand. Nice save. What are these transitional surfaces you're talking about? So the transitional surfaces, you got rough, You have the rough area. Let me get my hand in here. You got rough, and then you've got your fairway. Or you have the transitional surface between, and typically the transitional surface is between the rough and the fairway. So I think of it being the transitional surface. So like over on this side of the line you're in the rough, and over on this side of the line you're in the fairway. So when I'm setting up shots, I'm always 2 rings into the fairway. I never set shots up so that I'm only a quarter of a ring. When I'm playing one-on-one play, and this is big, when I'm playing one-on-one play, and I'll draw it out on the screen. When I'm playing one-on-one play, here's the transitional line, and here's the rough, and here's the fairway, and here's the green, and here's the cup. And if I got a quarter of a ring off of this transitional surface, I could get my ball guide to go right to the cup to give me an opportunity to get whatever it is. I don't do that. In one-on-one play, I will put myself 2 rings off of that transitional surface, and I will use curl and try and make up the difference. Even though curl is really hard to replicate and it's hard to get exact, I will use curl to try and bring myself around, because the deal is that I can hit that great to the left or the right, 2 rings, and still be in the fairway, and I'll still be up here making a putt. Whereas if I try and rub up against it and I fail anything at all to the left-hand side, I'm caught in the rough and I just tanked that hole. I just lost the one-on-one. I just gave my opponent the hole. So I never, and even when I'm playing in tournaments, I mean, there's occasionally in tournaments that I end up in a rough, I tank a shot or whatever, but very seldom do I ever, I mean, I'm not the type of guy that hits into the rough, because I always leave myself enough room for error. And if you watch a lot of other people play, if you watch a lot of other people's content, they'll set up a shot. They set this shot up from scratch and said, hey, this is a great shot on this hole, and if you do this, you could end up with a hole-in-one. And they are, here's your ring, and they are that far away from the transitional surface. Hey guys, why couldn't we have been farther away from the transitional surface and put more side spin on the ball, or did something different? So I'm always 2 rings off of every transitional surface. And when I use big curl, like if I have a shot where I'm doing big curl, I'm always at least 2.5 off. And if I can, I try and get 3 off of any transitional surface when I'm doing big curl. Sometimes I'll cheat and I'll go 2.5. But typically if I'm doing big curl, I'm a minimum of 3 rings off of any transitional surface, because your center point here is your landing zone. When you're doing curl and you're coming in like this, you can be off on either side of that center point by as much as a ring, even if you hit it perfect. And so I give myself an extra ring of maneuverability in order for the curl to become effective. So I'm always off transitional surfaces. If you play one-on-one and you always give yourself a minimum of 2 rings off of any transitional surface, you will very seldom ever find yourself in the rough. I mean, it happens, you know, we're taking a max overpower shot, or we're dinking around, or we're doing some stuff, or we tank a shot and you hit it 70 rings great to the right or good or whatever, you can end up in there. But overall, you will have a much better experience and you will win more if you give yourself more room and never pinch yourself. If you find yourself pinched, move it out and use curl. Two rings off. Yeah, it gives yourself a larger room for error, and it'll help you. Yeah, and Des is right. Sometimes high risks equal high rewards. So like there are some shots in tournaments that I'm like, I'm not doing that shot, because in the risk versus reward category, I know that if you take that shot and you hit perfect all the time, you are in the catbird seat. I mean, you have a leg up, because if you can hit that shot perfect every time from that spot, man, you've got a really great shot. But I don't hit perfect every time. So there are some times where I'm willing to take, when I weigh the risk versus reward, I'm willing to take the risk, because I know that if I took the risk and I failed, I could still get up, or I could still recover, or I have a secondary shot. But there are some times where you can really pinch yourself up against something, and if you can make it, it can work out for you. But what I find a lot of times is people will pinch themselves up against something because they've set the shot up. They tried to pull it over and set the shot up. It's like, dudes, why didn't you bring a 3 side spin ball? And then you could have been over 2 rings, and you could have still got to where you wanted to go. So if I can figure out how to do a shot without having to pinch myself up, that's the way it's going to happen. And if I can't figure it out, I don't hit perfect enough for me to take those risks. But for those people that can take them, they can get big rewards from it. And Dez hits perfect every time. Don't you, Dez? All right. That was 5 hours and 9 seconds. I cannot believe that I had people watch me all day, and I really feel good about it. I really didn't feel good about the update yesterday, but I went out there and just played and just had some fun and wasn't thinking about it and wasn't trying to make every shot in the hole, and just went out there and did some stuff. And so the game does seem like it's playing the same. There is a little bit of difference with the center, but it does feel a little different here and there. But I think overall, I think the game is we're still good to go. So I will work on tonight. I will go out there and try and shoot some solitary videos, just videos, and then cut them out so that I can get a full set of 1 through 9. And then as soon as I get that done, then I'll be able to go back through and I'll make a walkthrough. So hopefully by tomorrow I can have a walkthrough up so that we can at least get some looks at some of the holes. And that's absolutely right, Kevin. You got to apply some real world strategies to some of this stuff. It is a game, but that's one of the things I like about it. It's a game that gives you that arcade feel, but it still has enough strategy and enough simulation in it that it interacts. So we're not just playing Mario. Thanks, Dale. Thanks for coming to the stream, buddy. All right. So thank you all, and I will catch you next time. And I'll start posting some videos tonight.